Once you're situated, make sure the microphone is kind of aimed at your chin and that the light is on the base.
Okay, we good?
Okay, Mr. Nelson, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you state your name for the record, please, and spell your last name?
William May, last name May, M-A-Y.
Okay. Now, I'm just going to get this part out of the way here.
Yes,
when
sir.
we were preparing, doing trial prep, you told me that you had served our country overseas. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's correct.
And as a result of that you're dealing with some PTSD?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. That you have gone through some group therapy and things like that, group talking?
Yes, I continue to do that
Okay.
just to help me.
And you're taking anxiety medications for that?
Correct.
Okay. Do those anxiety medications make it difficult for you to remember, anything like that?
Some things it does.
Okay.
I forget things.
Okay. With that in mind, if there's a moment when you need to take a moment, or if something's becoming a little overwhelming because of what you've been through, just let us know and we can pause for a second, okay?
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Okay. Now, Mr. May, how do you know Nichole?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Nichole?
I came back from Iraq and I met her through a party. I had a party and met her then.
Okay. And what happened next?
We just kind of hung out for a couple of weeks and, one thing led to another.
What does that mean exactly?
We started seeing each other more frequently,
Okay.
talking on a regular basis, hanging out. So,
Did it turn into a relationship?
I wouldn't classify it as that, but some other people might.
I guess the question is, would Nichole have considered you her boyfriend?
That I don't know. I never asked, so I don't have the answer for you. So,
Okay.
I know I didn't ask her, so
You didn't
I didn't ask to be my girlfriend, boyfriend. So
You didn't do the 1950s thing and ask her to be your
Yeah.
girlfriend. Okay.
Yeah.
But the two of you hung out for a while.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. The two of you ever hang out at a house party?
Yes, my house party.
All right. Do you recall that house party?
Yes. I don't know the exact day, but yes, I do.
If you could roughly tell us when this house party would have taken place.
It was probably Friday or Saturday. We were just hanging out, drinking.
I get that it'd be a Friday or Saturday night. It tends to be when house parties is. I'm guessing more asking, do you have maybe a month, a season, or a year?
I don't know. I came back from Iraq in the summer of 2008, so it'd have been shortly after that.
Okay. At this house party, do you recall people talking about Anita's death?
Yes, so we were playing video games and we were sitting on the couch. Nichole and I were sitting on the couch and a couple buddies were playing video games and someone from the kitchen was talking about it, and that's when it was stated, the comment.
When what was stated?
The comment was that from Nichole Rice, it was that she had did it, that she had killed Anita.
Nichole said that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, a moment ago, you testified that you have been to group sessions with other veterans, and you still go to those group sessions.
Correct.
At those sessions, have you heard other veterans say that they have killed people?
Objection here, say, Your Honor.
Your Honor, it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
Overruled.
Yes, there's been people that have stated that.
When those people have said that they have killed people, was that said basically the same way as Nichole said it that night?
Correct.
How did I'm going to call it a situationship because it's not a relationship. Does that work for you?
That works for me, yes.
Okay. How did the situationship with Nichole end?
So the next day after it was stated, I called the police department, and from there, I gave my statement, same thing I just stated now, and that was the end of it. And then I just kind of cut all ties with Nichole completely.
And why did you cut ties with Nichole?
I'm in the service, was in the service at the time. I didn't need any of that stuff around.
When you were in the situationship with Nichole, did you talk to her about Anita's death?
I had mentioned it one time. I asked her if she remembers saying it and if she could say it again, but nothing.
Okay. Did Nichole ever tell you that the Minot Police Department had cleared her?
Yes, that was mentioned to me. that she had been cleared.
That was from Nichole that said that.
Yes.
Okay. To you specifically?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand, you wish to cross-examine? You may proceed.
Couple of follow-up questions, Mr. May. You said you had called the police department after this happened.
Correct. I did.
Who you talked to?
I have no idea who I talked to. I
There's
just,
no records of you calling the police department. Are you aware of that?
I understand that. Yeah,
Okay.
they've told me that.
Good. And then you spoke with them again after the documentary came out, correct?
Yeah, they called me.
Okay.
Mhm.
You understand they have no records of you ever calling the police department?
Correct. That's what I've been hearing.
Okay.
Yes.
Please let each of you answer your question
Yes,
and
my
finish it.
apologies, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Detective Asham, right here. You probably can't see behind the wall. That's who was on the phone with you.
Oh, okay.
You recall that?
Was that in after the documentary came out?
Yeah, that was in
Okay.
2022. It was
Okay.
in preparation. Do you remember Steve Spignola being on that call with the documentary?
No.
Okay. Now, this interview was a couple years ago, but it wasn't back when a lot of these interviews took place. Do you recall saying you lived in a house with a big group of guys?
Correct.
You were young and dumb. You'd have parties all the time.
Correct. Yes.
You remember saying she was belligerently drunk?
Correct.
Do you remember you said you tried to follow up with her when she was sober? She wouldn't say anything about it.
Correct. Yep.
Said she didn't do it.
She just said she didn't recall making that statement.
Do you recall? I'm not going to ask it that way. Steve Spignola asked you if you thought Nichole killed her, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Steve Spignola is the documentary guy from Cold Justice.
Okay.
You remember saying, I don't think so, I don't think so. I mean, she can't even kill a mouse.
I mean, it's vaguely. Yeah, I
I'll show
remember.
it to you.
Okay. Yeah.
This is a transcript of the interview. Just this Q2A here. Q2 is Steve Spignola, not the police officer. The Hollywood guy.
Okay.
Let me know when you're done with that, sir.
Yeah, I'm done.
Do you remember saying that?
I remember now after reading it. Yeah.
She couldn't even hurt a mouse? You don't think she did it?
I mean, I don't know. Anybody can.
But that's what you said.
Correct. Yes.
Do you remember them asking you if you thought there might be anything else important? You said, I don't know, I think the maintenance guy might have done it.
Yeah, that was the rumor around town. Is that the maintenance guy did?
That's what you thought.
Yeah.
Okay,
I was just going off what everyone else said.
right. So then you talked about this, Nichole thought she was your girlfriend, but you didn't think you were her boyfriend type
Correct.
situation
Yeah.
back in the day. Did you ever hang out with Nichole again after that?
Correct. I did.
Tell me about that.
I ran into her at the bar after I come back from Afghanistan, and
2017 sound right?
Yeah, roughly about then.
Okay. Tell me about that relationship.
I mean, I was told that she was cleared and everything was going well, and it ended because after like a month and a
So you
half.
felt comfortable getting back together?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. You weren't scared of her?
No, after I was told that she had been cleared.
Right.
Then,
So you started dating again, right?
correct, yeah.
Did she think she was your girlfriend at that point?
We were boyfriend, girlfriend at that time, yeah.
Okay. I appreciate you serving our country. It sounds like it's taking quite a toll on you.
It has, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah. A lot of therapy, a lot of medication.
A lot. I spent 90 days at St. Cloud.
What did you do at St. Cloud?
PTSD track treatment.
I'm sorry that happened to you.
Mm-hmm.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Nelson, do you have any redirects, sir?
Yes, Your Honor. St. Cloud, that's the VA hospital there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, a moment ago, you were cut off by Mr. Sand. You started to say anybody can, and then you were cut off. What were you about to say?
Well, anybody can, you know.
Objection calls for speculation, Your Honor.
He's not speculating to what he was about to
Overruled.
say.
It was your question, Mr. Sand. Go ahead.
Everybody has a mind of their own, so you can't really tell what one person's going to do besides the other. That's all I was going to say.
Okay. Now, who was it that told you that Nichole was cleared by the Minot PD?
Herself.
Okay. Anybody else?
Her father.
All right. Now, you testified that the defendant, when she made the statement that she had murdered Anita, was belligerently drunk.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What does that mean?
Intoxicated to the point where you can't drive.
Belligerent tends to mean angry. Is that the word that you meant to use?
Sorry, then I'm not using that. But she was just really, really drunk.
Okay. Have you, in your experience, been around other people that have been intoxicated?
Yes, I
Just
have.
in your life, and how old are you now?
39.
Okay. So you've
Yes,
been
I
of
have.
legal drinking age for about 18
For
years.
a minute, yeah. Yep.
Okay, and we're not going to ask about anything that before 21 and the statute of limitations would have run out
No,
of that.
let's not do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
You've been around people that have been drinking.
Mm-hmm.
In your experience, does their guard kind of fall down a little bit when they're drinking?
Correct. For most people, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
In your experience, are they more likely to tell the truth when they've been drinking?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Now, the next day when you talked to Nichole about the confession that she gave that she said she'd killed Anita,
Mm-hmm.
your testimony on cross-examination was that she didn't remember saying that. Is
Mm-hmm.
that accurate?
Yes.
Now, I want to make this very clear. Did she say that she didn't kill Anita, or that she didn't remember saying that she killed Anita?
She didn't remember making that statement.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand?
When you dated Nichole the second time, did you live with her?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Is the witness here by subpoena, Mr. Nelson?
He is, Your Honor, and he can be released.
Any objections, Mr. Sand?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. And again, thanks for your service. Thank you. You are excused. You may come and go as you please.
Okay.
Next witness, Mr. Nelson.
That'll be mine, Your Honor.
Yes,
State
sir.
calls Christina Holler. She was originally Christina Imhoff.
All right. Ma'am, if you'll come up here, please. I'm going to have this lady swear you an oath.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Then go ahead and have a seat over here, ma'am. So what was the last name you said, Miss?
Holler. Holler. I'll have her spell that, Your Honor.
Okay. Once you're situated, just kind of try to aim the microphone at your chin. Looks good. And then just make sure the light is on the base. Okay, you may proceed, Ms. Surgeon.
Would you please state your name for the record?
My legal name is Christina Holler,
And would you please spell Christina? There's several different spellings.
Kristina.
Have you ever been known by another name?
And
Yes.
spell your last name.
Holler.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And have you ever been known by another name?
Christina Imhoff or Christy.
Okay. And could you spell Imhoff for the record?
Imhoff.
Christina, what state do you live in currently?
North Dakota.
Did you ever live in the city of Minot?
Yes.
How long ago did you live in Minot?
I lived there from 2005 to 2011.
During the time that you lived in Minot, did you know Nichole Thomas Rice?
Yes.
How did you know her?
I met her at a party.
Do you know approximately when that party was?
2008.
And do you know where the party was?
I can't give you the address. The person that rented it his name was Nick. He was at Air Force.
Okay. And can you describe how the circumstances under which you met Nichole?
We were at a party and she was crying, and I asked her what was wrong. She said she had been getting bullied about the anniversary of her roommate's death.
So what did
And
you do?
I asked her if she needed a ride home.
And did you give her that ride?
Yes.
Okay. Did the two of you talk during that ride?
I am not sure we didn't talk. I'm sure we talked during the ride home. We talked when we got into her apartment.
Okay. And did she tell you something during that conversation?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
That she had done it to her roommate.
What did she specifically state to you?
I'm not 100% word for word, but that she had gotten into an argument with her and had stabbed her.
Do you remember what she told you the argument was about?
An alarm clock.
Did she give you any other details about her roommate?
That she was wearing a white robe.
And she specifically stated that she stabbed her roommate.
Yes.
What did you do with that information?
I was shocked. I didn't know what to do. I went back to the party, told my friend that I wanted to go home. When I got home, I sat at the kitchen table with my two roommates and told them what happened and asked them what I should do.
And what did you decide to do?
I went down, or I called the police department, told them that I had information, and then I went down and wrote a statement.
Okay. Do you remember who you spoke with at Minot Police Department?
I do not.
And this was in 2008, is that right?
Yes.
Were you ever given a copy of your statement after you wrote it?
I am not sure about that.
Now, there's no record of your having gone to the police department, correct?
Yes.
All right. When's the next time that you discussed this with the Minot Police Department?
2022.
Okay. And who'd you speak with?
Detective Carmen Ash. I'm sorry, I'm
Yeah.
not sure how to say her last name.
Asham?
Asham.
Okay. Following that party and after you went to the police department, did you have any further contact with Nichole?
Yes.
And what was that contact like?
We hung out after that. We were friends. I would stay at her house. We had talked about being roommates.
Did that actually happen? That
No.
you became roommates? Okay. How long were the two of you friends?
3 months.
Why such a short period of time?
It got very controlling, fighting. Drinking was bad.
Drinking by who?
Both of us.
Okay. And when you say there was some fighting, what do you mean?
We would fight if I wanted to go hang out with my other friends. She would get upset about that.
Okay. And why was that?
I'm not sure.
Do you know William May?
Yes.
Okay. And What did you know of his relationship, if any, with Nichole Rice?
They were only dating about, I think, a week when I had met Nichole.
You said that you were only friends with Nichole for about 3 months. Did the two of you argue?
Yes,
How did you argue? In person? Over the phone?
in person and through text.
And then the friendship ended, is that right?
Yes.
Do you know what caused the falling out?
We got into an argument. I'm not sure what it was about.
Okay. And how did it end?
I made a statement to her and I walked out, and I haven't talked to her or seen her since.
Was there ever any physical violence?
No.
Did you ever bring it up to her again about the fact that she had told you she stabbed her roommate?
I had given her and Willie a ride home from a party one time, and I had brought it up.
And what'd she say?
I'm not sure if that was the time that she said that she was in the white robe, or if it wasn't. I can't remember that. Sure.
So after she had confessed this to you and you went to the police department, why'd you continue to hang out with her?
I was a very selfish teenager. I wasn't thinking about the big picture. I didn't know Anita or any of the other stuff that had gone on. I can't answer for what my mindset was then. I just know that I was a young 20-year-old that was being very selfish. And I was drinking and just being young.
Now, Christy, you didn't actually go to the police department when you spoke with Sergeant Asham, is that right?
No,
Okay. You hadn't contacted the police, is that correct?
no.
How is it that you ended up speaking with Sergeant Asham?
She had called me saying that they had a tip that they needed to talk to me about. I was possibly her friend and had been at that party.
And that's when you gave the information again, is that correct?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Sand, any cross-examination, sir?
I do, sir. Thank you. When's the last time you talked to Willie May?
In 2022, I was going to have a statement with Detective Carmen Asham, and the day before the statement, I had gotten a friend request, and from Willie May.
Willie May friend requested you
Yep.
the day before your statement.
Yep.
Okay.
And then
You know
just
that he used to be.
Please let her finish the answer.
I thought she was done. I apologize.
and then just asked me how I was, and I sent all of the screenshots to Detective Carmen.
And the state had asked you about reporting this back in the day, and there's no record of that. You understand that, correct?
Yes.
There's no record of either of you reporting this.
Objection, is there a question?
Do you understand that? I'll withdraw, Your Honor. Now, this was a long time ago, correct?
Yes.
You said you were drinking a lot at that time, correct?
Yeah.
You've used the term you don't remember quite a bit under direct examination. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, under direct examination, did you say that you didn't live with Nichole?
I would stay with her after we would go out. We had talks about being roommates. I had my own place still, and I did not end up living with her.
Okay, but you guys stayed together a lot.
Yeah.
And this is after the thing she told you.
Yes.
You recall this interview?
Yes.
recall that when you talked to Detective Asham, she said that you said, I stabbed her. Is that accurate? Do you recall that?
That I said that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you recall saying, I apologize, I'm having a hard time remembering?
She had called me out of the blue and was asking me a lot of questions. And
Right.
I was trying to put all the pieces together from, at that time, it was 15 years ago.
You said, I don't know, I know something about a white robe and an alarm clock. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
It's hard to remember all this stuff.
There's pieces that I remember and there's pieces that I don't.
Oh, it's real important that we try to get this right. You understand that?
Yes.
Nicole's sitting right there.
Objection. Is there a question? This is badgering.
It's not overruled.
Do you recall saying in that same conversation, I'm not 100% on that?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect, Ms. Sorgan?
Yes, Your Honor. Christy, you just told Mr. Sand that Sergeant Asham had called you up out of the blue and you were trying to put together pieces from 15 years prior. Is that correct?
Yes.
You've had time to sit and think about this in 3 years since you've given that statement. Is that right?
Yes.
Are you sure you got it right?
Yes.
And Mr. Sand asked you about the thing that Nichole told you. What was the thing?
That her and Anita had gotten in an argument about alarm clock and that she was in a white robe and she had stabbed her.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Anything else, Mr. Sand?
Just quickly, Your Honor. I thought I was done. Based on the questions you were asked here, sounds like I'm getting a different answer than the state is getting. I'm going to go back to this because I have to clarify that. You said you weren't 100%, correct? We just brought that up.
100%. Can you say what the 100% was? Because in that statement, there was other things that I said I'm not 100% sure on.
Detective asked, you said I stabbed her. Is that accurate? You said, I think so. I apologize. You caught me off guard.
Yes.
And you said maybe she said I did it. Is that correct?
Yeah. In there.
It's important that we get this right. Can't change. All Detective Asham, if you had just watched the Cold Justice TV show about the case prior to the interview,
Yes.
what did you say?
That was the second interview.
What did you say?
Yes.
You said yes, you had seen the Cold Justice
Yes.
documentary. Right?
Yes. That week.
Further questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Sorgan, anything else?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Ms. Holler, you were just asked by Mr. Sand if you had watched the Cold Justice interview, and you said it was before your second interview, correct?
Correct.
Did that impact what you told Sergeant Asham at all?
No.
Thank you.
Last question, Mr. Sand. Anything else?
Nothing for me, Your Honor.
Is she hereby subpoenaed, Ms.
She
Sawyer?
is, Your Honor.
Is she excused?
Yes, she is.
Standing objections?
No problem, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may come and go as you please. Okay. Mr. Nelson, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you state your name for the record, please?
April Alia.
I'm sorry?
My name's actually April Alia.
Oh, well, there was a recent name change?
Yes, I was married
Okay. When did that marriage take place?
in 2022.
Okay. So a lot of our documents had a different last name. What was Moulton?
Yes.
Okay. Could you spell your last name for us, please? The current last name.
Alyea.
Okay. And April is spelled the normal way?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know Anita and Nichole?
Yes.
How did you know them?
We went to school together
Where would that have been?
in Velva.
Okay. Were you all part of the same graduating class?
Yes.
Okay. Were you friends with either of them?
Yes.
Who were you friends with?
I was, I guess, friends with both of them, but I was close with Anita.
Okay. How big are the graduating classes at Velva?
It's pretty small. There was like, I don't know, maybe 30.
Okay. So smaller school, you pretty much know everybody. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
All right. Now, going back to June of 2007, do you recall that time frame?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're talking about the time around when Anita was murdered. Do you remember this?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're going to
Seem-
need to speak up, okay?
Okay.
You do seem like you're getting a little emotional up there. If you need a moment, just let us know, okay? All right. Do you remember when you heard about Anita's death?
Yes.
When did you hear about that death?
When I was at work,
Where was that at?
Choice Hotels.
Okay. Did you work with Anita there?
No.
Okay. What did you do at Choice Hotels?
I was a reservation agent.
Okay. So you worked at the front desk?
No, I just worked a call center.
Oh, okay. I apologize. So you heard about Anita's death. What happened next?
I left work and I went home. And then a group of us went and we met at a friend's house. We all got together.
Whose house was that?
Sorry. We all met up at Miranda's house.
If you need a tissue, there's some up there.
Okay.
Okay. Who was Miranda?
It's another one of our friends.
Okay. And who all was there?
Amber, Larissa, Robin, Tammy, Kelly, I think Whitney. There was quite a few of us.
Would these have all been people that grew up together in Belva?
Yeah.
Okay. So you were all high school classmates?
Yeah.
Of course, this occurred just a year or so after graduation?
Yeah.
Okay. Did Nichole join the group?
Yeah, she was the last one to arrive.
What did Nichole say anything when she got there?
Yeah, when she arrived at the house, we all kind of walked over to go talk to her because she had just gotten back from the police station. So we went over to kind of find out like what had happened and what she knew. And when she got there, we were kind of, I guess, surprised because, sorry.
Take your time.
When she got out of the car, the rest
I'm
of
going to
us,
object for hearsay, Your Honor.
Overruled. When she got out of the car is all she said. Keep going.
when she got out of the car, the rest of us had been crying and upset about the death. And, we were still trying to figure out, what had happened and what was going on. And when she got out, the first thing she told us was that she was going to the police station or she had just gotten back from the police station, and that they wanted her to go up to the apartment to go look around and see if she knew if anything was missing up there, and that her pink iPod better not be missing. And I found it very funny that that's what she was concerned about, was an item being missing.
So Nichole was the one saying that her pink iPod better not be missing?
Yeah.
Okay. Why did you said that seemed odd to you?
Yeah, the rest of us were concerned about Anita being dead, and she was worried about an item being missing from the apartment.
Did Nichole say anything about Anita?
At that time, or what do you mean?
Either that time or other times that you recall?
I mean, there were times where she'd be upset with her and stuff, but I guess I can't like tell you a specific time in general, but
you recall her being upset with Anita?
yeah, I mean, there were times where she'd be angry with her and times where she'd, mention that she was upset with her and stuff, but
Like, how often would you say that happened?
I mean, I guess I can't give you a specific number.
It's been a long time ago, so I
Yeah.
have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Sand, do you have any cross-examination?
Yep, just briefly, Your Honor. April, did you have a chance to get together with the state and rehearse what was going to be said today on the stand?
Objection, Your Honor, as to the characterization.
Mr. Sand, reword
you-
your question, please.
Did you have a chance to talk to the state about your testimony today prior to being up here?
Yes,
When was that?
a little bit ago.
What's that?
Just a little bit ago.
How long ago?
10 minutes ago, maybe?
10 minutes ago. Is there anything they asked you to key in on? Anything specific they wanted you to look over before you testified? Make sure you remembered.
I mean, not really.
What did you guys discuss?
I mean, they asked me if I knew both of them,
Okay. Anything else?
if I went to the clubs with them, and if I remembered going anywhere. They asked me if I met with anybody after.
I'm talking about the state's attorney here.
Yeah.
Okay.
They asked me if we got together after we found out.
Okay. Anything else?
No, not really.
And this was 10 minutes ago?
Yeah.
Okay. So they asked you questions to go over your testimony?
I mean, kind of.
Okay. But you discussed what was going to be talked about here on the stand today.
Kind.
If I'm wrong, that's fine.
I mean, kind of, but not really.
Okay. But they asked you about the get-together, what you were going to be talking about on the stand.
I guess
Mr. Sand,
I'm
are you
not
going
really
somewhere with
sure.
I'll move on to the next one.
I'm not sure what you're asking, I guess.
Do you recall an interview from March 10th of 2022 with Officer Talbot and a man named Steve Spignola from Cold Justice? You don't recall that?
Not necessarily.
Please answer the question. Do you recall it or do you not?
No.
I showed you a transcript of that interview. Would that help you remember it, maybe?
Probably.
Is that better? Okay, good. Thank you.
She's not reading the whole thing, Mr. Sand.
Well, I'm just trying to refresh her recollection, Your Honor.
And ask her the question if she remembers it now.
I mean,
Do you remember giving this interview? Over the phone.
kind of.
Can I take this back from here?
Yeah.
Kind of.
Yeah, kind of remember it, but I mean, I can't tell you exactly what was said in the interview.
No, I'm just asking if you remember talking to Officer Talbot. and
Yeah, I remember them
Justice.
calling me.
Do you remember telling Mr. Spignola you don't want any drama when it comes to being in the documentary?
Yeah.
Do you remember that? Do you remember him asking you if they could use what you were saying in the documentary
Yeah.
called Justice? Do you remember them asking you primarily about Nikki a lot, about Nichole?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you remember at the end of that interview, they wanted to make sure you were okay with them.
Objection has relevance, Your Honor.
Well, I'm not sure, but it's crossed, so I'll give him some leeway. Objection's overruled.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Do you remember your 2007 interview with Detective Barnard? I know that's a long time ago. You don't remember talking to him after Anita passed away? Just a couple of days.
I mean, I know I went in and talked to him, but I don't remember the interview.
Okay. Do you remember discussing Club 101?
Yeah.
Do you remember what you said about Club 101? If I showed you that interview, might that help you remember?
I couldn't tell you.
Can you read that part right there? I'll ask you about it. Let me know when you're done taking a look at that.
Yeah.
Do you remember talking about a guy that was dancing with her at Club 101 that was grabbing her and you guys couldn't get him away from her?
Yeah.
Can you clarify who you're talking about? Grabbing whom?
Grabbing Anita, I apologize.
Yes.
Do you recall that this interview had a lot to do with what happened at Club 101 and what guys you guys were hanging out with and Anita hung out with?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you had testified earlier that this new interview in 2022 with the Cold Justice, Steve Spignola, that centered much more on Nikki, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Two very different interviews.
Yes.
Those are the only questions I have. Thank you.
Mr. Nelson, any redirect?
The fact that you talked to Cold Justice Did that have any impact on your testimony today?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Is she here by subpoena?
She is, Your Honor.
Did you have anything else, Mr. Sand?
No, sir.
Any objections to her release?
No, sir.
She can be released, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much, ma'am. You may come and go as you please. Next witness, Ms. Sorgan.
Again, me, Your
I'm
Honor.
sorry, Mr. Nelson.
That's
My
quite all right.
apologies.
The state calls Michelle Grubbs. Go right up there.
Ms. Grubbs, I'll have you come up here, please. This lady is going to swear you an oath.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Please have a seat over here then. Go ahead and get yourself situated. We'd like you to aim the microphone at your chin. Looks pretty good.
Chin, okay.
Make sure the light's on the base there.
Yep.
Okay. All right, Mr. Nelson, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Michelle Moore.
What's your last name now?
My name is Michelle Moore now. It was Grubbs previously when I was married, but I've been remarried since.
Okay. When did you get remarried?
May of 23.
Okay. And could you spell your new last name for us, please?
Moore.
All right. Now, Michelle, did you know both Anita and Nichole?
Yes.
How did you know them?
I went to school with them in Velva.
Okay. The last witness said that the graduating classes in Belva are around 30 students. Does that sound accurate?
I didn't graduate in Velva. I only went to Velva High School for 2 years, and then I finished out in Minot.
But does it sound accurate that each one of the classes would have had about 30 people?
Yeah.
Okay. So you kind of get to know everybody in a town like that?
Yeah.
All right. Could you describe your relationship with Anita?
Anita and I were really close friends. We were best friends. She was like a sister to me.
Okay. When was the last time you saw Anita?
It was on June 1st, the Friday before it happened.
Okay. And by it happened, you're talking about her death. The
Her
murder.
death, yes.
Okay. What did you guys do that day?
I went to get a tattoo that day, and she was supposed to get a tattoo with me, but she chickened out. And then after we got the tattoo, we went up to Shots Crossroads to eat.
Okay. So she chickened out and you went through with it.
Yeah.
So did you get the tattoo first and then she decided she didn't want to do it?
Yeah.
What was the tattoo?
It's something I drew. It's got stars with like swirls on it and stars around it
Okay.
and my name in it.
And then after that, you went and got something to eat?
Yep.
Where'd you go?
The Shots Crossroads truck
Okay.
stop.
So the truck stop that's open 24/7.
Yep.
All right. How long were you there?
At the truck stop?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. Half hour maybe?
Okay. Just long enough to get something to eat?
Yeah.
All right. And then you parted ways?
Yes.
Okay. And that's the last time you saw Anita alive?
Yes.
Okay. Did you go to Anita's funeral?
Yes.
When was that?
I'm not sure the exact date.
About a week after the death?
Yes.
Okay,
I
that
would
sound
say
accurate?
yes. Yes, I would say that's accurate.
Did you talk to Nichole when you were at the funeral? Or after the funeral?
I believe I did, yes.
Okay. Did Nichole say anything to you?
She had thought that if they didn't find anybody, that maybe they would come looking for her.
What do you mean by that?
They would try to come after her for the murder.
So Nichole said that to you?
Yes.
Did you ever hear Nichole say anything negative about Anita?
Objection calls for hearsay, Your Honor.
It's statements from the defendant, Your Honor.
No, it's not. Objection sustained. Reword your question.
Your Honor, the question was, did you ever hear Nichole say anything negative about Anita?
All right, then I misunderstood your question. Objection is overruled. That isn't the way I heard it, but go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I wasn't really good friends with Nikki, so no, I never really heard her say anything bad about Anita.
Okay. State has no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand, do you have any cross?
I do, sir. Thank you. Michelle, thanks for coming in today. Was your last name Zayas at one time?
Yes.
Okay, good. I want to make sure I got the right person. We've got a few last names here. Thank you.
How do you spell Zayas?
Zayas.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall doing an interview with the Minot Police Department Detective Barnard on June 5th, 2007? I know it's a long time ago.
Yes, that sounds about accurate.
Are you picking me up all right? Okay. I've had microphone issues here, so. Do you recall telling Detective Barnard that Saturday you were going to meet up with Anita to go to the movies, but you couldn't get in touch with her via text or call? If I showed you the transcript, would that be better?
Possibly, yeah.
So here's the front page of the transcript, just so you know. 2007.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Do you recall that?
No.
No.
I can't
But in
say
looking
that I-
at it, do you believe that you said that?
Yes, I believe I would have said that. Yes, I wouldn't lie to them.
Right.
If I said that we were supposed to go see a movie, yes, I would say
You
that
couldn't
would
get
be
in touch
accurate.
with her all day Saturday, isn't that true?
Right.
And that's referencing the Saturday. They found her body on Monday. That was the Saturday just before, correct?
Correct.
Now, this interview, I just put it in front of you. That was on June 5th.
Mm-hmm.
You were interviewed quite a bit, correct? There was another one on
A
June
couple
8th.
times, yes.
I have 4 times in my notes, if that
Okay.
sounds right.
Yep, that sounds about right.
Okay. The June 8th interview also had just been a few days after Anita's passing, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall that, and this is a long time ago, but you met with Sergeant Goodman of the Minot Police Department on June 8th?
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to have you, well, do you recall telling him that you know that Anita had been stabbed to death?
Yes.
Okay, and that was on June 8th.
Yes.
How had you found out that Anita had been stabbed to death?
I had heard through, I'm not sure if they actually told me or if it was from other people that had said it.
But you knew she had been stabbed to death on June 8th, 2007 in that interview,
Yes.
and most likely before that interview.
Yes.
Okay. So people knew that, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, there was another interview. I know this is a lot of interviews in February of 2008. Do you recall that? I know this is a long time ago.
Right.
I've had to refer to these transcripts a lot. You're not the only one.
Yeah.
And this was Detective Barnard again.
Okay.
Okay. recall conveying to him when he asked you about hostilities that there were little disagreements? But that
Yes.
was about it.
Yes.
There weren't any major issues.
To my knowledge, they were having fights, and she was trying to move out of the apartment because of it.
Okay. If I show you a copy of that transcript, just this question answer right here.
Mm-hmm.
So after you've had a chance to review that, when the detective asked you if there were any hostilities, you thought there were little disagreements, but
Right.
okay. You say they talked to each other still and paid their rent.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Roommates.
Yep.
Yeah. Now, do you recall in that same interview, he asked you about a confrontation about someone's foot getting closed in the door? And you said you don't remember anything like that. You never heard anything about that.
Yeah, I do not recall that.
Can I show it to you real quick?
Sure. Yeah. No.
Okay. So again, just little disagreements between roommates.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember an interview with Detective Talbot in 2022, a lot more recently?
Yes.
Okay. I want to make sure it was 2022. Well, I don't have it on my notes, but do you remember talking to Detective Talbot much more recently?
Yes.
I assume it was 2022. Do you remember Detective Talbot asking you about Nikki's demeanor in high school and what you knew about her? I know this is still 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Would it help if I refreshed your recollection again?
Sure.
Okay. So here's the cover page of the interview with Ms. Talbot.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll be asking you.
Okay.
Do you recall conveying that she was pretty nice in high school and friendly? You never had issues with her?
That is correct.
Okay.
I try to get along with everybody.
Do you remember saying, that's why I don't think she would do it either?
Yeah.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Nelson, do you have any redirect?
I do, Your Honor. You testified on cross-examination that you'd been trying to get a hold of Anita because the two of you were planning to go to a movie, that you couldn't get a hold of Anita. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Was that unusual?
Was that unusual to not get a hold of her?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now, this might be an uncomfortable question, but your name has changed a few times.
Yes.
I'm assuming you've been married a couple times?
Yes.
Does that mean that there's been a couple of divorces as well?
That is correct.
Okay. When you've had those divorces, were there little disagreements that became big disagreements before those divorces?
With my
Ex-husbands?
ex-husbands? Not really. Like the first marriage ended because He just didn't, I don't think he was ready for marriage, and we got married like right out of high school.
Okay.
So we were young and stupid, you know. And the second marriage, we were together for almost 12 years, and I just wasn't happy anymore. And
So things change.
yep,
Okay. So you don't see eye to eye necessarily, and then we need to have a change.
yep.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand, any recross?
Just one, Michelle, and this is going to sound ridiculous, but I have to ask it. You didn't murder any of your ex-husbands, did you?
No, they are both all alive and well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Is she hereby subpoena?
She is, Your Honor. She can be released.
Any objections, Mr. Sand?
No objection, sir.
All right, you may come and go as you please, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Once you're seated, make sure that the microphone is aimed at your chin and that the light is on the base of it.
It looks good.
Okay. My understanding is that you have light sensitivity. Is that correct?
I do.
And,
I get headaches from lights.
and so you need to have the hat and the sunglasses
Yes.
on.
Yes, please.
Okay. Does this lighting in here would hurt your eyes, ma'am?
Yes, all light. It would bother it. Yes.
Okay. All right, Ms. Sorgan, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please state your name for the record?
Donna Belland,
Please spell your last name.
BJELLAND.
Okay, move that microphone with you too, since you scooted over to see me. There you go. Okay. Donna, how old are you?
78.
Are you currently employed?
No.
You retired?
Yes.
How long ago did you retire?
Couple months, 2 or 3 months.
Okay. Can you name off some places that you've worked during your career?
I retired from the city of Palo Alto years ago. Then I worked at Telecare for 5 years,
Okay.
Cognizant for another 5, and RSI for the last 15.
Sure. During the time that you worked at Telecare, do you remember what years you worked there?
I couldn't tell you offhand.
Did you know the defendant, Nichole Thomas Rice?
Yes, she was a colleague
Okay. She was a colleague of yours where?
at Telecare.
How long did the two of you work together?
2 or 3 months.
And where were your workstations in proximity to each other?
They were open. She always came and sat next to me.
Okay. So could you please describe the workstations at Telecare?
Couple computer screens, headphones.
Okay. Were these cubicles, partitions?
They were open.
Open. Okay. And what kind of work did you do at Telecare?
We helped people. It was a call center, so we helped people with their telephones. And of course, we were encouraged to sell.
Okay. Who started working there first, you or the defendant?
I don't know. I think I did. I just remember her coming and sitting next to me.
Okay. You remember the very first day you met her?
Yeah, I remember the first things that she said to me, yes.
Okay. What were the first things that she said to you?
What do you think about a roommate that sets their alarm, locks the door and leaves, and you can't get in to turn the alarm off?
How did she seem when she said that to you?
She was angry. She was angry when she sat down complaining about it.
Okay. Is that the only time that the defendant was angry about her roommate?
No, she was angry with her, I would say, on a daily basis.
Okay.
Something was going on. They fought a lot.
Okay. And how do you know that?
She told me. She said when they got into fights that Anita would go in and lock her door, her bedroom door.
Okay. And
so that she wouldn't, have it out with her. She'd go into the bedroom door.
okay, so Anita would walk away from her.
Yes, Anita would go into the bedroom and lock the door.
Okay. How did the defendant seem to you when she would convey these things to you about her?
She was very angry.
Can you recall another incident? Where the-
Yes, she was very upset because they had had an argument. Anita wanted her to get rid of the fish tank.
Okay. The girls,
Yeah.
there was a fish tank in the apartment?
Yes.
Okay.
Nichole had a fish tank.
Okay.
And because it made too much noise.
Right.
And she didn't want to get rid of it.
Okay.
And then I know that on 2 more occasions, she brought it up in that Anita had turned the fish tank off while Nichole was gone. And when she came back, it had been turned off. So she was very upset, and they had it out then because she didn't want those fish to get killed. And
eventually,
it happened again. The same thing happened, and she said she turned it off again. The 3rd time she had turned it off, the fish were dead.
And how did Nichole react to her fish being dead?
She was very angry, and it looked in that anger, that time when she was upset, she said it was as if, I want to put words in her mouth. It was if that Anita had really crossed the line then.
Okay.
She had moved from being, this is my interpretation now, she moved from being the worst roommate in the world to being a really bad, evil person. That's how she acted. And
To your knowledge, how long before Anita died did this incident occur with the fish tank being turned off and the fish dying?
the week before, that happened before that weekend.
Were you at work on June 4th, 2007?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know the date at all.
How did you come to find out that Anita had died?
She came in, Nichole came in and said that her roommate had been murdered and that they thought it was her.
How soon after Anita's death was that?
I think it was the next weekend because she had just gotten back. The police took her and her parents to the scene of the crime, and when she came back, so it was right after that. In answering your question,
Okay. So she told you that they thought she did it then?
yes,
Okay.
and she said
What'd she say?
she said, if I keep my mouth shut, I'll be okay.
Okay. Did Nichole ever discuss Anita's murder with you again? At any later time?
Yes.
Okay. And what had happened? Well, had she been somewhere that prompted her to talk to you about it?
She was. When they took her and her folks to the scene of the crime, when she came back, she was very upset and said, "Do you know what my dad said to me?" And I said, "What?" And she said,
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
Calls
Yeah.
for the listener's state of mind.
It's double hearsay.
Let me make sure I'm clear on this. This is what the defendant said.
The defendant told her that her father said to her.
Sustained.
Okay. Did you have a conversation with Nichole about where she was the evening after Anita's body had been found?
"Yes."
Okay. Where'd she tell you that she was?
She wanted to go home, but her dad wouldn't let her. Told her she couldn't stay there.
Okay. And did she tell you where she stayed?
She said they let her come out to the farm, but she had to stay in a shed outside. She said it wasn't a trailer, it didn't have a lock on it.
Okay. And why was she concerned about that?
She said Anita's family could be coming for her.
And she told you this when?
The night after they went to the night after they went to see the scene, excuse me, that night she had no place to stay because her dad told her she had to clean up that mess. She was not coming back to the farm.
What were you thinking when she told you that?
Why the heck would somebody, when their 20-year-old daughter's roommate was brutally murdered, why wouldn't you grab her to your heart and get home?
Donna, did you have any further conversations with Nichole about this case?
Yes, but nothing comes to mind.
Donna, you gave a deposition at one point, is that right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you remember having that deposition?
I remember the deposition, yes.
And if I were to show you a transcript of your deposition testimony, would that refresh your recollection as to statements that you've made previously about further contact between Nichole and law enforcement?
Yes.
Commissioner approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Donna, I'm just going to show you this, have you read it to yourself, and then when you're done reading, I'll take it back from you.
Oh,
Don't read it out loud.
I remember now.
Did that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have further conversations with Nichole about contact with the police?
Yes. She
And-
said, when she said, they think I did it, but she said, I had a key to the place. Why would I have to cut through a screen to get to her?
And what were you thinking when she said that?
I felt a lot of concern and a little panic because I remembered her saying that when they got into arguments, that I'm sorry, I'm lapsing on the victim's name.
Anita?
That Anita would go into her bedroom and lock the door, and she said I would have no reason to go through that. But I remembered her saying that Anita locked the door, so yeah, she would have to, if she wanted to get to Anita, she'd have to go through the screen to get to her if the door was locked. And that scared me when I realized that.
Okay. And did something happen shortly after that conversation between you and Nichole?
Yeah, that's when there weren't very many people working, so I don't know exactly what time it was, but she screamed, you don't want to get me angry. And I was shocked, and I looked up thinking she'd had a bad conversation on the phone, which it could be, but she was looking at me, and I thought, oh, she knows I know that she would have had to go through the window to get to her. So I was very concerned then.
Okay. Thank you, Donna. I have no more questions. Okay. Mr. Sand may have some questions for you, though. Of course.
Mr. Sand, do you have any questions?
She's right on the edge here. I'm afraid she's going to fall right off there.
Okay, move her chair.
Let's
Thank
not
you.
do that.
Thank you very much.
I'll go this way then.
It has
Over
happened
here.
before, so thank you.
And I would probably do it too.
Mr. Sand, do you have any questions, sir?
I do, sir. Donna, where'd you come in here from today?
Minot.
Okay. And you worked for Palo Alto, the city of Palo Alto before?
I'm a retiree from the city of Palo Alto, yes.
Out in California?
Yes.
Okay. You testified earlier, you don't remember the years you worked at eTelehealth or
No.
eTelecare or whatever it is. Okay.
No.
You testified earlier that Nicole's dad had told her to clean up the mess at the apartment and then sleep in a shed?
Clean up. He said, "This, you better take care of this mess because you're not coming home."
And he made her sleep in the shed because he was worried Anita's family would come hurt them.
Found out the next morning. I asked her, where did she sleep? Because I was concerned about her.
Okay. So this is, you're 78 right now, is that correct, Donna?
Yes.
So were you 60 when this happened then, 2007? That's my math, but right
Good
around.
math. Yeah.
Those are the only questions I have. Thanks, Donna.
Thank you.
Okay. Donna, just briefly. How's your long-term memory?
My long term is pretty good.
Now, I know Mr. Sand asked you couldn't remember the years that you worked at eTelecare, but you remember the statements from Nichole pretty clearly, correct?
Yes.
Why?
The amount of concern I had from the fact that they're two young girls, they're roommates, they needed to be separated, they needed not to be roommates. And it was escalating, and then after the fish, and then all of a sudden Anita's murdered. It set in my mind, quite frankly, because of my level of concern over what happened.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Sand, anything else?
No, sir.
All right. Is she hereby subpoena, Ms. Sorgan?
She is, Your Honor.
Okay, well, she appears to be, she's excused, so
Yes, she is, Your Honor. She's good.
you may come and go as you please, ma'am. Once you're situated, just make sure the mic is aimed at your chin and that the little light is on, please. Go ahead, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you state your name for the record, please?
Robert Barnard,
And spell your last name?
Barnard.
And are you retired now?
I am.
Okay. Before you retired, what was your career?
Just before, I was a Ward County Sheriff.
Okay. So your career was in law enforcement.
That's correct.
Could you give us a rundown of your experience in law enforcement?
I have to go back a long ways. I started in the military. I went to Minot. In 1976 and 1979, I started at the Minot Police Department. I was on patrol for about 6 years, and then in narcotics as a dog handler for about 4. I spent the rest of my 31 years in criminal investigations as a detective. I was done there in November of 2010. January 1 of 2011, I started at the Ward County Sheriff's Department. The last about 2 years of the 8 years there, I was acting sheriff, and then after that I retired. So in 2019, I retired.
Okay. In June of 2007, you were with the Minot Police Department?
I was.
And just so we're all clear, what was your role at the time with the Minot Police Department?
Detective, investigator.
Okay. Just for clarity's sake, we'll be referring to you as Detective Barnard in this. I know that your last position was sheriff, but we'll call you detective. Is that all right with you?
Sure, that's fine.
Okay. Were you called on the 4th of June of 2007 regarding this incident?
I responded to this incident.
Okay. Tell us about that.
I recall that I was out in a car, City of Minot car. I was working as an investigator in the evening, and I heard a call come over the radio of an unattended death. Ambulance and fire had responded along with some patrolmen, and I don't remember how far away I was from the call. I think I was a little ways away, but I knew that they would need an investigator there because we sent an investigator to every unattended death call, so I started to head that way.
Okay. What happened next?
I arrived on the scene, and I remember seeing a couple of patrolmen there. Chuck LeBoy was the one that I remember talking to primarily. I think Shane Haug was there, and another patrolman who was in training, as I recall. I don't know his name. And he apprised me of the fact that ambulance and rescue had been there and left, and that in the apartment they found a young female who was deceased in a bed, and they felt that it was suspicious.
And what happened next?
He told me that there was a group of people over to, we were standing in a grass area between buildings. I'm trying to visualize this. To my left, and it was described to me that it was the victim's father, Gordon Canuteson, and some friends of his that he'd come from Butte with to check on his daughter, who was deceased. And I think Marty Annell was standing there, who was described to me as a maintenance man who'd found some property from the apartment outside or something.
And what happened next?
I learned that, I think Chuck LeBoy told me that this deceased individual had a roommate, the defendant, and that they lived together in that apartment. And I believe from dispatch records, we found her name, or someone knew her name. I believe maybe Gordon had told the patrol officer what her name was.
Would that be Nichole Rice?
That's
or
correct.
Nichole Thomas at the time?
Nicole Thomas is how I knew her at the time.
Okay,
Yes,
please
Nicole
continue.
Thomas. And that she worked just a few blocks away from where we were standing. And I said we need to get a hold of her and get her over here as quick as we can so that we can start the process of finding out what's going on here. I remember that the patrolman took me over to an area, an opening in the sort of an enclave in the building where you could look inside the window. And I stayed back from the window a little bit because I was thinking about footprints in the dirt or whatever might be there. I didn't want to disturb anything. And he said the deceased is there, and I remember I couldn't see her. I didn't realize what I was looking at was the victim. And I said, where, Chuck? And he said, right there. And I said, where? And then I moved to the left, and I remember then I could see her hair and could see that there was, it looked like a bundle of clothing and stuff at the end of the bed, but I could see that the victim was there.
So that's where you found, or you and other officers found the victim, Anita Knutson.
That's correct.
Okay. Now I'm just going to back up a moment. You said that it was, you wanted to get the defendant to the scene. Why is that?
Because other than her father, who appeared to be very upset, she was going to be my source of information. I was anxious to see her and talk to her and say, what's going on here? Who's been here? What's going on? I assumed that she'd have more knowledge than anybody.
Because she was the roommate?
Because she was a roommate, yes.
Okay.
And I believe by then I knew that they had been friends or were friends.
Okay.
The victim and the defendant, Nichole.
So who reached out to try to get Nichole to the scene?
Dispatch. I told dispatch to call the place. I think it was called E-Telecare. It was a call center. And I said, get a hold of the supervisor. Tell him to tell her there's been an emergency at her apartment and the police need her there right away, and ask them to release her from work.
Did she come immediately?
No. A little bit of time went by, and I thought, and dispatch didn't call me back. And I thought, what's going on here? So I called dispatch. I believe this was on the radio. Said, were you able to deliver the message? And they said, yes. They said that they would give her the message. A little more time went by, and I will admit that I was anxious to talk to her, but I think 10, 15 minutes went by again. And I thought, why isn't this, I thought of her as a girl. I thought, why isn't this girl here? What's going on? So I asked dispatch for the number, and I used my cell phone, and I called the business place. I asked for a supervisor, and I said, this is Detective Barnard from the Minot Police Department. We called about releasing someone. We need her. And he, I believe it was a male, interrupted me and said, we gave her the message.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
Sustained.
I was of the understanding that she'd been released and had left.
Approximately how far from the scene of the murder was the defendant's employment?
As the crow flies, I think about 3 blocks. As you drive, I think about 6.
So 6 blocks, that take just a minute or two to drive?
A few minutes, yeah.
Okay. Did the defendant come to the scene after the second phone call?
She did.
Okay. And what happened then?
I knew what kind of car she was going to be driving. I believe dispatch told me, I think it was a red Pontiac Grand Prix or Grand Am. And I saw her pull up, and I saw a younger girl get out, and I assumed that that was the defendant, Nichole Thomas. And I was standing there, and she must have obviously known who I was. I had a badge and a gun on. She walked over to me, and I said, are you Nichole? And she said, yes. Best of my recollection, my exact words were, I'm sorry to tell you that your roommate's deceased, and she's been killed. I used the word, she's been killed.
How did the defendant react to that?
She didn't. She was flat, just no real reaction at all. I didn't know what to expect. I thought, I've done this many times throughout my career. You get different reactions from different people, but she just was kind of flat.
Was that reaction unusual compared to the other times that you've relayed the death of someone?
It was unusual, and I remember thinking, what's going on here? Why doesn't she seem concerned about this?
Did the defendant ask any of the what I would call the newspaper reporter questions, the who, the what, the where, the why, the how?
No, she didn't ask me anything about that, and that I found that very odd as well.
Why did you find that odd?
My experience, if the cops call you up and say, I need to talk to you, for instance, the first question out of somebody's mouth is, why? What do you want to talk to me about? What's this about? What's going on? And the same thing if you notify somebody. I've excuse me, walked up to doors in the middle of the night and told parents that their son was killed in a car accident, and they say, oh my God, where? Who was he with? What was he driving? Where was this? They always have questions. She had no questions about any of this.
Is that pretty much the only time in your career that was the reaction you got?
That's the only time I recall, yeah.
Okay.
A reaction like that.
What happened next?
I think I took her at some point to a crime van that was there. I mean, other investigators were arriving, Strandberg, Sunbakken, maybe Murphy, I don't recall. Somebody brought a crime van that we had, which had some seats in it so you could sit in there and interview people or talk with people. I took her into that, and I talked to her for a little bit. I think I got a short statement from her. And then I asked her to meet me at the police department so we could talk more, and she agreed to do that. And I think at the same time I asked the patrolman to talk to the victim's father and anybody that was there and asked them if they could come down so we could start the interview process.
So you interviewed her in the police van at the scene, and then a second interview at the police department?
As I recall, yeah.
Okay. Were those interviews transcribed?
I believe they were, yes. Yeah, they were recorded.
Mr. Post, the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Now, Detective, I've handed you two documents. Do you recognize these documents?
I do.
Are these the transcripts of the interviews that took place between you and the defendant?
Yes, they are. One's indicated it's in the crime van and the other one at the Minot Police Department.
And were those both done on the 4th of June of 2007?
They were. One at 18:11 hours and one at 22:27 hours.
Have you previously reviewed these transcripts?
I did very briefly. I wasn't provided a copy of them.
If you could take a look at those and tell us if they are true and accurate copies of those transcripts.
What are the exhibit numbers, please?
I believe it was 16 and 17, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Please keep in mind it's been 17 years, but these appear to me to be accurate, correct?
So those are true and accurate
As I
copies?
recall them, yes.
State moves to enter Exhibits 16 and 17 into evidence.
Mr. Sand.
We're going to object to their admission, Your Honor. Detective Barnard's here, and the best evidence is his testimony. He said he's reviewed these and the conversations he's had, so we're going to ask that they not be allowed into evidence.
Exhibit 16 and 17 will be received over your objections.
What happened next in the investigation?
Myself and investigators put on gloves and made entry to the apartment and viewed the deceased body and the general appearance of the apartment. I recall that at some point in time, I think from the crime van, we retrieved a large white paper roll that we kept. That was placed on the floor by the bed, and we removed the body. I think myself and Strandberg actually removed the body and placed it on that paper before it was placed into a black body bag. And at that time, I could see injuries to the victim that appeared to me to be stab wounds. And then later the knife was discovered in the bedding.
Now, you said a moment ago appeared to be stab wounds. Is that consistent with other times that you've seen stabbings in your career?
Yes.
Okay. Was it clear that that was what the cause of death was to you?
Well, I'm not a medical examiner, but it was my assumption. Yes, it was a reasonable assumption that these
Okay.
upper body knife wounds were the cause of her death.
What happened next in the investigation?
I think I left the scene, and the rest of the investigators continued to process the scene and collect evidence, take pictures, do all that stuff. And I went to the police department and started interviewing.
And you interviewed the defendant at the police department?
That's correct.
Did you interview other individuals at the police department?
I've interviewed a lot of people at the police department. I don't know who else I did on that specific date.
Okay. What was the next thing that happened in the investigation that you were a part of?
Well, I'm trying to think of the chronological order. Of course, we all met and talked about what was going on, and I remember sharing with the other investigators the what I felt was odd reaction from Nichole, the defendant, about this event. And they talked about retrieving other evidence. I believe a curtain rod, window screen from the maintenance man. We talked about the scene and taking footprints or trying to get prints by the window. We talked about the fact that the door was locked when the father got there, who would have keys to the door. And then we made it, I believe the next day, we asked the defendant, Nichole, to come with us and go through the apartment and look for anything that was out of place, things missing, furniture knocked over, whatever would be out of place, because we assumed that she'd be familiar with the contents of the apartment. And as we talked, I said, watch her, guys, I think is what I said. Let's see what her reaction is when she gets in the apartment. I'm curious to see how she's going to react to this.
And how did she react?
She was cooperative. She went in with us, and she looked around, couldn't find anything. I kept watching her to see if she was going to look in the room. The room was right there and the door was open. The bed was right there. Of course, everything had been removed from the bed, the bedding and the body and everything, of course, was gone. She never looked. I felt as though she wasn't avoiding it, but she never looked, never asked a question about it, nothing. She did lock in on the fact that I think there was like an end table or a small table there. She had some kind of electronic device, nano or something, I don't remember what it was, that was missing. And she said they took my nano or whatever it was.
Would that have been an iPod Nano?
It could have been an iPad. I don't remember.
iPod.
Okay, iPod. Okay. I assumed it was some type of device with music on it, and I probably knew the name at the time, but I don't know. And she just kind of fixated on that. She was all of a sudden she was animated. And she was animated about this listening device, and I thought, this is what excites you here? This is what you're concerned about? But she said they stole it. Other than that, she was cooperative and said that everything in the apartment appeared to be just as it was when she last saw it.
So the possibility of losing an iPod got her excited, but not the death of her roommate.
Well, that's the way it appeared to me.
Okay. Now, on the 4th of June, so we're going to go back a day, was there a video taken of the apartment?
Yes.
And were you part in that video?
Yes.
Have you reviewed that video?
No. Well, I have seen it, but not recently.
Okay. Did you just watch this video 2 nights ago?
I saw a portion of it, yes.
Okay. And was that the video that you saw 2 nights ago, the video that was taken that day?
Yes. I
And you're
didn't see it from beginning to end, but
Okay.
I saw the majority of it, yes.
And you're in that video?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Detective Barnard, I've handed you a disc. Do you recognize that disc?
Yes, I do.
Does it have your initials on it?
It does. It's Exhibit 15, and it has my initials on it.
Is that the disc that you reviewed?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and is that a true and accurate copy of the video that was taken that day?
Appears to be, to me, yes.
Okay. The state moves to introduce Exhibit 15 to end evidence.
Mr. Sand.
No objection, Your Honor.
Claims Exhibit 15 is received without objection.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may. If at all possible, try and get that microphone as close as you can.
Yep, that was my game plan, Your Honor. As soon as I... That's about as close as I can get it. I'm just going to pause the video right there. Detective Barnard, what are we looking at right there?
You're looking at what I would describe as like a Tupperware container with some water in it in the bathroom sink.
Okay, and that was it was a two bedroom, one bathroom apartment, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so this is the only bathroom?
Yes.
Okay. And whose bedroom are we looking at right now?
I'm not sure. Okay, I'm just going to pause. Was this Anita's room? That's correct.
And is that Anita that we see on the bed?
Yes.
So because this is Anita's room, can we assume the other room was the defendant's
We
bedroom?
can assume that. Yes.
Okay. Now, as we're watching this video, this is before any evidence was collected, anything was disturbed by law enforcement. Is that
That's
accurate?
correct.
Okay. So nothing had been moved at this point.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Is this portion the outside of the apartment?
It is the window, you just depicted the window of the apartment, the bedroom, Anita's bedroom.
Sorry for kind of jumping backwards there. We were talking about the 5th at this point. I went backwards. What happened next in the investigation?
We continued to interview people and talk to a lot of different people. By this time, obviously, the media had news of this incident, so we started collecting tips and leads in the process of taking all the evidence that had been returned or been reclaimed to the state laboratory and collecting DNA evidence from people, etc.
Now, you mentioned the media. Was there a fair amount of media interest in this case?
Local media, yeah.
Is it fair to say that there's a fair amount of interest from local media anytime there's a homicide?
Yes.
Okay. When the media was reaching out regarding the death of Anita Knutson, were the full details of the case given to the media?
No, never.
Why is that?
Because you always want to hold back. You don't want to, how do I say, spoil the crowd. I don't want to, if you're someone that I want to talk to that could have information about it, I don't want you to hear about it on the media before you come talk to me. I want your personal knowledge uncorrupted, so to speak, by the media. So you always keep details back that only you would know if you were there, for instance, had you been there.
So, for example, if we were talking about a hit and run and it was a blue sedan, you might not say that it was the color of the vehicle.
Well, in the case of a hit and run, you would, but yeah, exactly. Yeah, you would keep that information back.
I acknowledge that was a terrible example for that, but
that's fine.
okay. Please continue what happened with the investigation.
We continued to do that. Nichole, the defendant, was asked to come back several times, I think, to be interviewed, contact with her. I continued to talk to more and more and more people, follow up on tips and leads. Karen Lear is Anita Knutson's aunt. She contacted me. I kept in touch with the family. We talked a lot. And as you can imagine, this was a huge deal. We talked about it every day in the office for years.
As part of the investigation, did you speak with Kevin Thomas?
I did.
And who was Kevin Thomas?
He would be Nichole Thomas's father.
And what was the purpose of talking to Kevin Thomas?
To see what he knew about the situation and to try to nail down when Nichole was at the apartment and when she wasn't.
And did Kevin Thomas provide you with a statement?
He did.
Okay. What was that statement about?
Well, he gave it to me at the police department. As I recall, he came down, he brought his daughter because we were talking to her, the defendant, Nichole, at the same time. Somebody else talked to her, I didn't at that time. And I think I asked him about the situation in general and dates and times when he thought his daughter was at the apartment and when he thought she wasn't there.
Okay. And what was the impression that you got from Mr. Thomas?
I think, I don't know the man. I think he was trying to be as honest with me as he could, but still protective of his daughter, obviously.
Did you learn anything about his position regarding whether or not he would have known if Nichole had left the farm?
Well, it struck me that he said that she was at home.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
Sustained.
The question was about learning, Your Honor, and yesterday it was established pretty well that if a person learns something, that's not hearsay.
That's not the way you asked the question. That's not the way you started to answer it. So you can rephrase your question, but the objection is sustained.
Did you learn anything regarding Anita's, or not Anita, excuse me, if Mr. Thomas, and this is Kevin Thomas I'm talking about, would have known about the defendant leaving the farm?
Yes.
And that was learned from Kevin Thomas?
Yes.
Okay. Was Mr. Thomas adamant when he...
Objection, he's testifying, Your Honor.
Sustained.
That's impression, Your Honor.
Not yours, though, Mr. Nelson. So sustained.
I'll move along. What was the next part of the investigation?
Continue to interview people. Continue to get tips and leads and follow up on them. Continue to contact the lab and talk about fingerprints and DNA evidence and hair and things of that nature.
Now, you left the Minot Police Department approximately December of 2010.
November of 2010.
November of 2010. And then January of 2011, that's when you went to the sheriff's office?
Correct.
Okay. So between June of 2007 and November of 2010, were you the primary detective on this case?
I guess so. We all worked on it, but I was the first one on the scene, so I was sort of primary.
Okay. And during that time, were you able to figure out who potential suspects might be?
Yes.
Okay. And who were some of those potential suspects?
Well, I don't know that I call them suspects. We had people of interest.
People of interest. Let's say it that way.
Yeah, people of interest. Devin Hall was a person of interest. It's not unusual in a case like this, especially one that goes on and on, that everybody kind of comes out of the woodwork. People call, they want to help, they want to insert themselves into the case. Some people do. So we had several people like that. There was a custodian from the college that came forward and said that Anita had told him in passing that she loved him. Obviously, he needed to be investigated. People like that, things like that.
Now, all these people that were looked at, did any of them rise to the level of being not just a person of interest, but a suspect?
No.
Why is that?
It just didn't pan out. For instance, the gentleman I talked about from the university, he didn't know where she lived. He couldn't even really describe her to me. He just told me this, and then we later learned that he had a little bit of a learning disability. I interviewed his ex-wife, who said he was never violent, and she wasn't surprised that he was trying to draw some attention to himself. I talked to his boss, who said the same thing. Yeah, he's a custodian here, and I can see where he'd like you to pay attention to him. And then he just never rose to the level of being anyone of any greater suspicion.
Was Nichole Rice, or Nichole Thomas at the time, ever ruled out as a suspect?
No.
And why is that?
Because she was always in the picture. We always had doubts. I was always surprised by her reaction. And then later, during statements, they were a little bit inconsistent on dates and times, where she was, when she was there, etc.
Okay. Now, we talked a moment ago about the holdbacks from the media, that we don't tell everything, and you corrected me about a hit and run potentially. Was that also done with potential suspects?
Yeah, I don't remember releasing anything about any potential suspects. The only, if you want me to describe it, there's only one incident in the case that I remember where we put something like that out.
Now, the question I'm asking, or trying to ask here, is, was any of that, the specific sort of details of the case, ever given to the defendant, Nichole Thomas Rice?
No.
Okay. So she would never have known the specific details of the murder?
No. Not from me. Not from the investigators.
Now, looking back to that video that we all saw, in the bathroom sink, you described it as a Tupperware full of water. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. What happened with that Tupperware full of water?
I believe it was the water was collected by one of the investigators and kept for testing.
Okay. So and that would have been done when everything else was being processed, when Anita was put on the white paper and all that?
Correct.
Okay. So when Nichole was brought to the apartment, that Tupperware full of water would not have been?
It was gone.
Okay. Now, were you on scene when Anita's body was removed from the apartment?
Yes.
Okay. How was that body removed?
The ambulance responded. I mean, the ambulance was there initially, obviously, but then typically we'd call them back later after we were done with the crime scene to transport the body to the morgue. And the body was placed into a black typical body bag and put onto a gurney and taken out to an ambulance.
Now,
Sealed. The bag would have been sealed.
so zipped up, like
Zipped
we see
up.
in the movies?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Now, in your career as in law enforcement, I would imagine you've seen these bags on multiple occasions?
Yes.
Okay. Are they see-through?
No, they're black. Heavy black plastic.
Heavy black plastic, so you can't see what's inside.
I've never seen one that you could see inside of. No.
When the body was removed, would it have been zipped up?
Oh yes, absolutely. Zipped and sealed in the room before we removed it.
So would have there been any opportunity for the defendant to see the body of Anita other than just knowing that it was in the body bag?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand, do you have any cross-examination,
I do,
sir?
Your Honor. Thank you. Thanks for being here, Detective. So it's true that you weren't working for the police department when these charges were brought, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I'm going to go over a couple of things regarding your testimony. You had referred to curtain rods and property outside the apartment. That was the curtain rods and the curtains and curtain rod that had been strewn outside the window and then thrown back in, correct?
I am of the understanding that the curtain rod and curtain were outside of the window, and when the maintenance man found that, I was present when he told me or one of the officers that he threw that back in the room.
Okay. And that's Marty.
I didn't see it outside
No,
of
no,
the room, but I was of the understanding it had been outside.
And the maintenance man was Marty Annell, correct?
That's correct.
Now, when the state was talking to you, you guys were referring to something that happened 2 nights ago. Did you guys meet 2 nights ago?
We did.
Okay, to just go over everything?
Not everything, no.
What'd you go over?
Exhibits that were to be entered.
Okay. So you had some time to kind of catch up on what was going to be presented today?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay. Do you recall doing press releases from the Minot Police Department in 2007 and 2008?
I recall, I don't remember what was on them, but I remember releasing information, sure.
Yeah. Isn't it true that you did a press release in August of 2007? Sent to the, well, I'll call it a press release, Mid-State Organized Crime Information Center. And your conclusion in that press release is that the murder weapon was recovered at the scene. And isn't it true that you were looking for a Native American male in his early 20s, approximately 6 feet tall?
Well, that wasn't a press release, I don't believe.
What was that?
Well, MOCIC, Mid-States Organized Crime Information Center, is a conglomeration of information packet for law enforcement agencies. So you would share the information of a crime that you had with them in hopes that they would disseminate it to agents, law enforcement agencies that might have similar information and be able to contact you and say, hey, we had the same thing happen in our town or something.
But you didn't send them something looking for a 5'5" blonde girl. You sent them something looking for a 6-foot Native American man in his early 20s.
That's correct. That's somebody we were trying to locate at that time. You're correct.
Right. Okay. And that the murder weapon was recovered at the scene.
Right.
Okay.
On October 7th, did you do a news release?
I'd have to see it. I don't remember.
I'll let you take a look. Thank you, Detective.
Yep, this appears to be from me, and it is dated October 7th, 2008.
Could you take a look at the contents?
Yes, I recall that.
Thank you, sir. In the press release, it's true that you're looking for a 200-pound male, 6'3" to 6'4".
Someone who was described to us like that, yes.
Okay. Running from the area of the homicide.
Correct.
Okay. How tall do you think Nichole is?
I don't know. 5'6"? I don't know.
Female?
Female, obviously.
Not 6'3", 6'4"?
No.
Not obviously Native American?
No.
Okay. In fact, in this news release, it's true that you had a local artist do a rendering.
Yeah, I called the university art department because we didn't have an artist available, and they sent me an art student.
Okay. Did that rendering look like Nichole Rice?
No, not at all.
Or did it look like a Native American, 6'3", 200-pound man?
It looked like a 200-pound man. I don't know if he looked Native American to me, but he looked like a 200-pound man.
I've read through a lot of evidence in this case, reports, things created by law enforcement. I've gone through all of it. My whole office has, because this case is important to us.
Is there a question here, Your Honor?
I'm just about to hit it.
Mr. Nelson, it's his cross-examination.
Isn't it true that you concluded that easy access could be made through the bedroom by cutting the screen and going in?
I wouldn't say easy access.
You wouldn't?
No.
If I showed you a report, might that help you a little bit?
I'll review it.
Thank you, sir. I'll show you right where it is. Start on the word easy there.
That is what it says.
And I'm just asking to refresh your recollection, but I appreciate it.
Sure.
And I know it's been a long time, but if you could think as hard as you could, I'd really appreciate it because it's important, sir. Now, did you also conclude, it's true you concluded, that you speculated that someone exiting through that window had caught the curtain and the curtain rod?
That was my most reasonable assumption at the time, yes.
Okay. On their way out of the window.
It would seem to me that the most reasonable conclusion an average person could reach, knowing what I knew at the time, that if they exited through the window, it was inside out.
And I'm just confused because you're telling me that Devin Hall was never a suspect in the case, but you're doing press releases, you're sending letters to or crime agencies looking for this kind of person. Isn't that true?
That's correct. Two different individuals.
Now, isn't it true that during the course of your investigation you discovered that there was a Native American male, late teens, early 20s, 200 pounds, 6'2", running in a white t-shirt and shorts?
Did we discovered that person? No,
No, did you conclude, did you discover that in your investigation?
A woman came to us.
What was that woman's name?
I don't recall. She was with her child. She told us, and I have not read the report, so I'm best of my recollection. She was entering an apartment building to the north of the crime scene and saw a man, the description that you gave, about 200 pounds, could have been Native American male, running in a northerly direction. She felt that was concerning because he seemed to be running very hard. So we had the drawing done from her description. We made the decision to disseminate that to the public in hopes that we would get a tip or a lead. And a gentleman came forward and said, I think I'm that guy because I was running there at that time, and I believe she probably saw me. He, in my opinion...
I'm going to stop you there, sir. So you continued to send these out, because we're talking about a press release that I just showed you from 2008. October 7th of 2008. How long after the murder was that?
I'm sorry?
October 7th, 2008, the news release we went.
Well, from June of 2007 to
So over a year.
October 8, yeah.
And you're still sending press releases out looking for this Native American.
Yeah, I don't know when that information came to us. It seemed like it was later, but I don't recall.
Over a year and a half later?
I don't know.
So a guy came in and said, that's me?
No, I don't recall when the woman came forward and gave us the information and description
Well,
of the
we'll
mail
get to
she
that.
saw
I
running.
appreciate that. Do you recall in the course of your investigation that you found out that there was dirt or possibly blood on that person's clothes?
No. She described a stain on his shirt.
I'm going to have to show you again your report here, sir. I'll have you look. It's the first paragraph, but you can start here and just kind of get. You'll know when you're there.
That's her description, yep. I can read it if you wish.
It's okay. So that's correct?
She described it as a stain on his T-shirt, possibly blood or dirt.
Thank you. You know what Devon Hall is?
Yes,
In fact, he's referenced quite a bit in your report, isn't he?
that's correct.
How did you end up interacting with Devon Hall?
John Klug from the police department called me and said, Bob, you should know the last night patrol dealt with a Native American kid on Sioux Street. He had entered an apartment and was, I think, hiding in a closet in near a girl's room or in a girl's room, and was, I think, chased by the father and maybe a neighbor, and eventually captured.
And it's true he had a knife on him, right?
He had apparently taken a knife from the kitchen, had it in his pocket, back pocket, I believe.
He had a knife on him, right?
Right. That he'd taken from the apartment.
Sure. How long after Anita's murder was this?
I don't recall.
A couple of days?
Was it a couple? Yes, I believe it was.
Okay.
Just a couple days.
Did you discuss what happened with him?
Yes.
Did you interview him?
Yes.
Now, it's true you met with the FBI on this case as well, isn't it?
I'm sorry?
It's true that you met with the FBI in this case, isn't it?
We talked with him, yes.
Yeah.
Well, there was an FBI agent that helped us, yes.
You, Strandberg, and Dale Meixner? And it's true that in your conversations, the conclusions that you guys met was that this was Devon Hall that did this.
No.
That's what the FBI concluded in the conversation.
It was the FBI's opinion, yes.
Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Right.
Devon Hall did it. Not a suspect, though, right?
No, they said that he was a suspect. I don't know that they said he was responsible
You
for
said
the
he
crime.
wasn't a suspect.
Right.
Do you know where Devin Hall's from?
He was from Montana. Was it? I don't know where he's from originally.
I think Fort Peck Reservation.
Yeah, I think it was Poplar.
Yeah. Now, when the state was asking you questions, you talked about a variety of suspects that you kind of put in the same category, isn't that right?
People of interest, yeah.
One was a custodian with a learning disability, as you described it, who said that Anita said she loved him, right?
He told us that. Yeah.
Yeah. And you said that guy's name along with Devin Hall. You said custodian, Devin Hall, correct?
I believe I did, yeah.
Okay. Did you have as much evidence regarding this custodian as you did it with Devin Hall?
No.
FBI telling you he did it?
Well, the FBI didn't.
Okay.
The FBI didn't tell us he did it. But you're correct. No, we did not have as much evidence as we did with.
Because I'm just concerned that they're getting lumped into the same category. Is that a fair concern of mine?
Sure. If I were the defense attorney, I would be concerned about
I
that.
appreciate that. I'm going to go back to one of my earlier questions. These charges weren't brought while you were at the PD's office, were they?
I did not charge the defendant. No.
But you're here today in your retirement, correct?
That's correct.
You've been brought back here.
Subpoenaed by you and the
That's
prosecution.
true. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah. So with all the work that you did, Detective Goodman did, I believe it's Detective Strandberg, trying to keep everybody straight. No charges were brought.
Not up until the point I left the police department. No.
No charges were brought against Nichole.
No.
No further questions. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Nelson, do you have any redirect?
I do, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Just going to go back over a few things. That runner from the scene, that person was identified?
Yes.
How was that person identified again?
He came in. He came to the police department, I think, with his wife and said, I've seen this. I've been thinking about it. I assume he saw it in the media. Maybe he told us that. I don't recall. And he said, I think that was me because I was running there at that time, and I meet the description.
And was there any reason to doubt him?
The general description, I should say.
Was there any reason to doubt him?
No.
Okay. And you are aware of the reenactment video with Detectives Goodman and Thompson trying to go in and out?
You were talking about the window, yes.
Yes. Have you seen that video?
I have.
When you're watching that, did it look like it was easy to get in and out?
No, it's hard to get in and out of the window.
Okay. Now, a moment ago on cross-examination, you used the phrase "at the time," and then you were kind of cut off. What did you mean when you were talking about "at the time"?
I don't remember what it was in reference to.
It was in reference to the knowledge that you had as far as suspects.
Well, I'm still not sure. But if you're talking about Devin Hall, it was...
It was about the. Let me back up. It was about the curtain rod and the curtain. You said that at the time it made sense that it would have been gone out. What did you mean by that?
Well, you only got out of a window or you left a door. There was no other way to exit the building. And if the curtain rod was truly outside, as I was told it had been, I didn't see it outside, then to me it was reasonable to assume that someone could have left through that window and dragged that curtain rod with them as they left.
Okay. Now, Mr. Sand was asking you about the fact that we met a couple nights ago. You're retired. Is that accurate?
Yep,
Where do you spend your winters?
Arizona.
Probably a little nicer in Arizona than it is when it's 30 below in Minot.
It was when I left on March 10th.
Okay. So were you in Minot over the last few months to sit down and prepare for the case?
No, we left December 16th, I think.
So that was pretty much the first time in the last few months to sit down face to face and see those things.
The only time I've sat down face to face with you guys.
Okay. Now, you mentioned on cross-examination that what the FBI had to say.
Correct.
What information did the FBI have?
They had the initial information that we had about Devin Hall, that he was in an apartment, he was chased, he was a juvenile, he was a Native American male, he was arrested. That was all. The FBI was there to try and help us any way they could after a lot of discussion, because the FBI doesn't become involved in local murder cases typically. So we sent them this packet of information, and I can't tell you as I sit here exactly what was in there. And they reached the conclusion that of the information that we sent them, Devin Hall was the most likely suspect. And I would have to say, based on the information we sent them, I would have concluded the same thing.
But sitting here today, you have a different conclusion.
Yeah, because I have additional knowledge. They didn't sit across the table from him in an interview. I don't believe they saw the video of him later. I have information they didn't have.
Okay. And with that extra information that was unavailable to the FBI at the time, you have a different conclusion.
Calls for speculation, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Now, there was testimony about a break-in that Devin Hall had done on Sioux Street.
Correct.
You know where Sioux Street is in Minot?
I definitely do.
Okay. We've got a map up here. Permission for the witness to come down for demonstrative, Your Honor?
Yeah, as long as you give him a mic. Yes.
Yep. We'll share this one.
Make sure you share it then. Thank you, Mr. Nelson. I don't think Colette trusts you.
Testing.
Now, Detective Barnard, this is 2B. This is more of a blow-up of the, what section of Minot is this?
Well, this would be North Broadway. The airport's here on my right. This is Burdick Expressway. The fairgrounds would be to the east. So the northern part of Minot.
Is Sioux Street on this map?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, I've had a sticky note here where I wrote Devin Hall on it. You see that?
I do.
Can you use that to point out where Sioux Street is on this map?
Your Honor, may I go up there and take a look at what they're doing?
Yes, you may.
Okay. So that's where Sioux Street is?
That's correct.
Okay. And is that a fair ways away from where the murder took place, Anita?
Other side of town, or southeast, yes.
Okay. Different quadrant of the city entirely.
Yes.
I just wrote Devin Hall on that.
Can he take a seat?
Yes. You can go back to this. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Sand, do you have any recross?
Just briefly, because we brought up interviewing Nichole on redirect. Every time you called Nichole, did she come in and talk to you?
Your Honor, I didn't bring up on redirect any interview with the defendant.
That's correct, Mr. Sand.
I beg to differ, Your Honor.
Well, my notes say that he did not bring up Nichole on the redirect. So I'm in agreement with the state for
Okay.
that.
I guess I have one other question. It's an evidentiary issue we can talk about after, Your Honor.
Then you can ask that question.
The additions of the arrows with Devin Hall's name, are those going to be part of evidence, or the additions that have been put onto the map?
I'm unsure what you're talking about, Mr. Sand.
Maybe we could talk.
You're saying that the sticky has an arrow on it
Yes, with
with the name Devin Hall on it?
yes, yep.
My understanding is that was the sticky that Mr. Nelson gave the officer to place where Devin Hall was found
Yes, sir.
in the apartment.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you have a question about that?
I'm just wondering if it's part of evidence now.
Yes.
Okay. It wasn't offered and introduced, and that's the only reason I have an issue with it, Your Honor.
The state would offer that as evidence, Your Honor. It was a demonstrative.
All right, Mr. Sand, do you
Well,
object?
I object. It was an addition to this, Your Honor, and it wasn't presented properly, so I'm going to ask that it not be allowed in.
All right, I agree with you. Do you object to that offer?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Over your objection, Mr.
Okay.
Sand, the court will allow for that sticky to be part of that exhibit on 2B, which is the blow-up.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you have another question?
Nope, that's it, Your Honor.
All right. Is Officer Barnard here by subpoena?
He is, Your Honor. He can be excused from the state subpoena.
Mr. Sand?
We do have him under subpoena, but we're in contact with him as well, Your Honor. So.
All right. All right, you're excused from the state subpoena, but not the defense. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you please state your name for the record?
Laura Knapp,
And would you please spell your last name?
Knapp.
Ma'am, are you currently employed?
I'm sorry, what?
Are you currently employed?
Yes, I am.
Do you have the same employer now that you did in 2007?
No, different one.
Where were you employed at in 2007?
Northgate Apartments, Minot,
And what did you do there?
resident manager of apartment complex.
And what does it mean to be a resident manager of that apartment complex?
What did I do there?
Yes.
Leases, showing apartments, deposits, help maintenance guys.
How long did you hold that position?
16 years.
And what years were those?
I'm sorry, what?
What were the dates, the years for those?
I still didn't catch that.
You said you worked there for 16 years. What were
Yes.
the dates?
Yeah, 16 years I worked there.
Okay. Starting what year and ending what year?
Probably about 1989, somewhere in there, until 2012.
Okay. And what was the address of the Northgate Apartments?
This started at 2400 4th Street Northwest,
And that's in what city?
Minot, North Dakota.
Do you recall a lease with regards to an individual by the name of Anita Knutson?
Yes.
Okay. And was anybody else on that lease with her?
The last one.
Who was anybody else on that lease with her?
Nichole Rice.
What was the apartment number of that apartment?
It was 2420, number 5.
And could you describe that apartment for us? How many bedrooms, how many bathrooms?
2 bedrooms, 1 bath.
And could you describe the building that it was in?
Did I what?
Could you please describe the building that that apartment was in?
It was a building that had 8 apartments, 4 on the north side and 4 on the south side.
And which side was number 5 on?
North side, I believe.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention to June 4th of 2007. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
What did you do that day?
Went to work.
Okay.
Did the normal duties, probably work in apartments or getting an apartment ready for showing, because it's beginning of the month. Just a daily routine.
Okay. And when you were done with work that day, what did you do?
Went up to my apartment.
Okay. Now, is your apartment also at Northgate?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And why is that?
I was the resident manager.
Okay. Was that something that was part of your employment?
Yes, it was.
Okay. When you went home at the end of the day, what did you do?
Went up to my apartment, like cleaning up from the day of like leases or what I had laying there, preparing dinner.
Okay. Did anything of note happen while you were preparing dinner?
I'm sorry, what?
Did anything of note happen while you were preparing dinner?
Something that happened.
Yeah.
There was a knock at the door. My maintenance guy answered the door because I was like busy, like preparing dinner.
Okay.
He told me that I needed to come to the door. I went to the door, and a gentleman was standing there and said that tried to get a hold of his daughter for several days, him and his wife. Asked if he could have a key to get into the apartment. I told him I couldn't give him a key, but I could go down there and open up the apartment for him.
And what did you do?
When I got my keys and we proceeded down to the apartment.
Okay. And which apartment was it that he needed opened up?
2420 4th Street Northwest, apartment number 5.
Okay. Did you ever get this gentleman's name?
Gordon.
Okay. And you went to that apartment with Gordon. What did you do next?
I remember going to the door, and it seemed like it was locked because it wouldn't turn the knob. So I grabbed my keys and opened the door. Well, it clicked. It was like a little hard, but it clicked, so I knew it was locked, and gained entrance into the apartment.
Okay. Once you unlocked the door, what did you do?
Gordon went in first, and I followed behind him. And he went down towards the bedroom, and I stood in the kitchen area where I could see the bedroom door, or the bedroom area.
And then what did you see next?
Gordon coming out, and saying we need to call the police department.
Okay. And did you call the police?
I can't remember if it was myself or Gordon called the police, but one of us did.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that your maintenance man answered your door to your apartment.
Yes.
Who is the maintenance man?
Marty and Al.
Okay. And why was Marty in your apartment?
We lived together.
Okay. You were romantically involved?
Yes.
Okay. For approximately how long?
About 10 years.
Okay. Now, you said Marty was the maintenance man. How long had he worked for Northgate Apartments as the maintenance man?
Probably almost 2 years.
And Marty lived with you, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Was living in the apartment part of Marty's compensation package from the apartments like it was yours?
Yeah, I guess basically probably. The owner knew he was living there.
Okay. But the apartment was for the resident manager, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said that Marty lived with you. Had you seen Marty earlier that day?
Yeah, we worked together that day.
Okay. What all did you all do together?
Worked, shopped, met up with friends once in a while at night.
Okay. With the two of you working together, were you working side by side? Were you working apart? How did that work?
And together.
Okay. And were there ever periods of time when you're working together that you and Marty were not within each other's eyesight?
Not really.
Now, you said not really. What does that
if
mean?
I was like cleaning and I needed maintenance done, the toilet fixed or a patch in the wall, he did that while I was, and we were still in the same apartment, in the same area working together.
Now, you said that you and Marty lived together about 10 years. What was your relationship?
He was my fiance.
What were Marty's duties at Northgate Apartments?
Duties of a maintenance guy, repairing, lawn work. I guess that's basically it, repairing things.
Okay. When Marty would repair things, what would he do with them?
If it was something in, like if it's a toilet in an apartment, and he did it right there.
What if it was something that couldn't be repaired in the apartment?
Screens.
Okay. What would he do with those?
They would go to the shop.
Okay. And there was a shop? Where was the shop located?
On the same grounds.
Okay. On the date that Gordon came knocking on your door and asked you to let him into Anita's apartment, was there something that needed repaired for that apartment?
A screen.
Okay. Did you see the screen?
After we got taken into the shop, yes.
Okay. Can you describe the screen?
The frame was bent and there was a cut in it.
Was it, how can you describe the cut?
No, not really. I just know it was slashed.
Okay. And it was in the shop, correct?
Yes.
All right. Who put it in the shop, to your knowledge?
Maintenance guy, Marty.
Okay. And do you know when it was placed in the shop?
That morning when he walked through to, there was laundry rooms up there in between the units. And we would lock them up at night to prevent vandalism. And then they would get reopened up in the morning.
Okay. Can you describe the kind of screens that were at the apartments at Northgate?
The frames were probably like aluminum. They were easy to bend.
Okay. Were these expensive screens or?
No, probably what a general screen would just be in an apartment.
Can you please describe the locks that were on the doors at the apartments at Northgate?
Bolt locks.
Okay. And what does that mean to you?
You had to have a key to entrance and to leave the apartment to have it locked.
So you couldn't just pull it shut behind you and it would lock?
No. You had to have the key to do it.
Were the locks changed in that in those apartments when people moved out?
Yes.
And what was the practice for doing that?
It was Shooks that came up and changed them.
Okay. And Shooks is a lock company?
Yeah.
Okay.
Shooks Locksmith. That's where we got our locks from.
Okay. And what would they do with the old locks when they'd take them off the doors?
We would keep them once in a while. If they were damaged, they went in the garbage.
Okay. Were locks ever recycled on doors?
Once in a while they were.
Okay. And was there ever a record that was kept of what lock got recycled onto what new door?
No.
Can you describe the keys to those locks?
What do you mean, describe the key?
What was the key like, physically?
It was probably about an inch wide on top. They were like heavy-duty keys.
Okay. Are these the kinds of keys that could be... Well, let me ask a different question first off. How many keys were given out to apartment number 5 when Anita Knutson and Nichole Thomas were living in that apartment?
2.
Okay. And why is that?
That's for how many tenants are in that apartment. That's how many keys are issued out.
What was the policy with regards to copying of keys?
You couldn't.
Okay. It wasn't allowed?
No.
All right. Was it possible to copy keys?
No.
Okay. And why is that?
Because they were from the locksmith, and you had to have permission to have them made. And there was only a certain amount of people that could get those keys made.
Okay. In that time frame, at 2007, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And Could somebody just take that key to Shook's Locks and get that made without you knowing about it?
No.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for
No.
speculation.
Overruled.
Okay, you can answer that.
I'm sorry, what?
You could answer the question.
No, there was only certain people on the list that could get those keys made.
Okay. And who were those people?
Myself and the owner, I know for sure.
And was a record kept if copies of those keys were requested?
I'm sorry, what?
Was there a record kept if copies of keys for an apartment were requested?
No.
Okay. Are you aware of whether or not keys were made for number 5, copies of keys?
I don't think so.
Okay. You never handled any request for a copy, is that fair
No.
to say?
Oh, no. Okay. I misunderstood your question.
Oh, that's okay. It's okay. If you don't understand me, just tell me, okay? All right. And why was it that it had to go through management or ownership to get a key copy made?
That's the only way you could get a key made.
Was there a fee associated with it?
I'm sorry, what?
Was there a fee associated with that?
If there was a last key, yes.
Okay. Now you said that Marty would do a walkthrough of the apartment complex. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. How often did he do that?
Well, it's ever who wasn't busy or whatever. And we did it in the morning, and we did it about 10 o'clock every night.
Okay. About what time in the morning?
Between 7 and 8.
Were you with Marty when he found the screen that he put in his shop?
No, he went and did the walkthrough himself.
Okay. How long was Marty away from you at the time that he did that walkthrough?
It only probably takes about 10 minutes.
And did you inspect the window that this screen may have come from yourself?
No, I just knew that when he brought the screen in, he told me what apartment it was.
Okay. Now, Marty is no longer employed with Northgate, is that right?
No.
When did Marty's employment there end?
New Year's Day 2009.
That's pretty specific. Why do you know that?
That's when he committed suicide.
What was going on in Marty's life at that time?
There was a few things. He didn't get a job that he wanted. He wasn't happy with the job he had. He was diagnosed possible with Parkinson's disease. He lost a nephew or a niece that he was very fond of. I guess basically his family that was here moved away.
Was there anything going on in your relationship?
I thought everything was good.
You said that he'd lost a niece that he was very fond of. How long before Marty passed away had that happened?
Probably a few months. Don't know the exact date.
Okay. Did Marty have health insurance?
No, we didn't.
And you said his family moved away. Where'd they move to?
His mother moved to Animus to be closer to her sisters because they were all getting up in age. And he had a sister that moved to Minneapolis.
Okay. Was Marty close to his family?
Yes.
What were holidays like for Marty's family?
Well, I guess we always spent Thanksgiving and Christmas, those two main ones, all together as a family.
And so Thanksgiving and Christmas of 2008, which would have been the holidays just before Marty's suicide,
Yes.
did you spend those with Marty's family?
No.
What was Marty's relationship with alcohol like?
I drink like by everybody else.
Did he drink?
Yeah, I'm like after work or whatever, or like on a Friday, we'll go have a few drinks.
Okay. And what did you notice of his drinking in the time period leading up to when he committed suicide?
I didn't really see no difference.
Laura, did Marty own a knife?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I never seen one.
Okay. And you lived with him for 10 years?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Sand?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Questions?
Ms. Knapp, thanks for coming in today. So just to clear a couple things up, you said you had been working at these apartments for 16 years, but then you said 1989 to 2012. I just want to make sure I got that right.
I'm estimating, I'm not sure. Oh, wait, no, I worked there longer than that.
Okay. That would be 23 years by my math, but
Yeah, I was going to say, all I know it was 16 years.
okay, but so we're not sure of the dates.
Well, not when I started, but when I left there, yes.
So 2012 is when you left.
Yes.
Okay. When did you start dating Marty?
I don't know the exact year.
Can you give me a ballpark?
About 1998, 1999.
Okay. And I am not trying to say anything negative about the dead, but I'm going to ask you, did Marty ever use drugs that you know of?
No.
You sure?
Yeah, and
Okay. But
we
he
were
drank?
together for like 10 years.
But he drank?
I'm sorry, what?
But he did drink, you said earlier?
Well, like on a Friday night, like the end of the week, yes.
Okay. And now you said that Marty was the maintenance man, correct?
Yes.
And you were the general manager of the apartments?
I was the resident manager.
Resident manager. And you said Marty didn't have a knife?
I'm sorry, what?
You had said Marty didn't have a knife?
No,
Did he ever have to use tools in his job, do you know?
yes, there'd be like a carpenter knife, a box knife.
Okay, but a knife.
He never carried it with him. It was only during work hours.
Okay. Okay. That was Marty working the day that Anita's body was discovered?
Yes.
Okay. Did you talk to Marty at all about what happened to Anita?
No.
You guys didn't discuss it?
No. I just bought the screen that needed to be repaired or whatever. No, we didn't discuss Anita's body or nothing like that.
So after you went in to the apartment with Mr. Canuteson and Marty and you found Anita's dead body, you guys didn't discuss that at all? There was no talk about it?
No.
Okay. Now, the state's attorney had asked you about this screen that had been slashed, correct?
Yes.
When's the first time you saw that screen?
That morning when I was in the shop.
You were in the shop with Marty.
Yes.
Okay. Where was the screen? In the shop?
Yes.
Okay. And you were in there with Marty, correct?
Yes.
How did the screen get in the shop? Did Marty bring it in there?
He picked it up and brought it into the shop.
Do you know where he found it?
He said outside that window.
Okay. Did Marty talk to you about a curtain or rods at all being outside that window?
No.
He didn't tell you that he threw a curtain rod and curtains back into the window?
No, there was no mention of a curtain rod or a curtain.
Okay. Do you know where specifically on the property the screen was when Marty picked it up, or however he got it to the shop?
Towards the sidewalk.
Do you remember talking to police officers at all?
Well, like up at the apartments?
Yeah, after Anita's death. Were you interviewed by police?
I don't recall really talking to.
You were interviewed by Detective Plessis on June 6th. Do you recall that?
I'm sorry, what?
You were interviewed by Detective Plessis on June 6th. Do you recall that?
Down at the police station, yes,
Yeah.
but not up at the apartments.
Okay, thank you. Do you recall Detective Plessis discussing the lock with you?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you recall Detective Plessis discussing the lock with you? I apologize if you're having trouble hearing.
No, I don't.
No? If I showed you a transcript of the interview you had with Detective Plessis, might that help you refresh your recollection?
Could.
Okay.
I said that because the door was like
Stop
sticking.
talking, ma'am, please. Ma'am, you have to wait for him to ask you a question.
Oh.
Have you had a chance to read through that, to review it? Ms. Knapp, have you had a chance to read?
Yes, I'm.
Okay. It's just 5 sections.
Yeah, I'm just trying to catch this.
Okay. Now, Ms. Knapp, after reviewing that, do you recall what you said to Mr. Plessis when he asked you if the door was locked for sure?
Yeah, it was sometimes those doors stick. I don't know if it's
Okay.
because of the dirt or whatever.
Thank
they
you.
stick,
Thank
but
you.
then
I appreciate it.
I heard it click.
Do you remember calling Detective Goodman about a tip from the landing bar?
What?
Do you remember calling Detective Goodman about a tip you had heard at the landing bar in Minot?
No.
You don't.
No.
Those are the only questions I had, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Knapp.
Ms. Sorgan, do you have any redirect, ma'am?
Just briefly. Laura, Mr. Sand asked you about an interview on June 6th at the police department, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Was that with Officer Plessis or Detective Goodman?
I don't recall what officer it was.
Okay. And Mr. Sand asked you about when you first saw the screen in the shop with Marty. What drew your attention to the screen?
What was the what screen?
What drew your attention to the screen that you noticed it?
He showed it to me
Marty pointed it out to you?
in the shop, yeah.
Okay.
He says, I put the screen over here.
Okay. And Mr. Sand asked you about the statement that you had made about sometimes the door sticks, but you had some additional information to add on that, correct?
Yes.
And what is that?
Once in a while, the doors do stick because of the wind blowing in with debris, dirt, dust. But after you work it a bit, it'll click, then you know it's unlocked.
Okay. Now, to clarify, did you try the door without putting a key in it first on June 4th?
Yes.
Okay. And you were aware that the doors sometimes stick. Did you take that into account when you tried to open it?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Sustained.
Okay. How much effort did you put in before you started using a key?
I'm sorry, what?
How much effort did you put into opening the door before you started using a key?
I turned the knob, whatever, and didn't want to, and that's how I knew it was locked. I put the key in, jiggled it a little bit, and then it clicked, and then I turned the knob, and the door opened.
Okay. What did you hear when you used the key?
The click,
Okay. And what did that mean to you?
the door was unlocked.
The door was unlocked once you had used the key.
After I used the key, yes.
Okay. Thank you. I have nothing further.
Mr. Sand?
Just briefly, Your Honor. So the state just asked you about you seeing the screen, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's marked as Defense Exhibit 1.
Okay.
Actually, that would be defense A.
Is that the screen that you recall seeing?
No, I don't recall exactly if it's that screen or not, because I'm not sure if that's our shop.
I'm going to show this to you one more time, Ms. Knapp. Take a good look at it. Does that look like your shop and the screen that was in it?
I don't recall how the shop was really set up. I don't know if that was in our shop.
So do you remember the screen? And if you don't remember all the events of that day, that's okay. But does that look like the screen in the shop that you saw with Marty that morning?
If we're going to talk about this exhibit, it should be offered, Mr. Sand.
I am offering it, Your Honor.
Permission
Are
of
we
voir dire the
leaving it
witness.
one or A? Should be A.
I have it marked as 1, but I can mark it as A, if Your Honor, if that's
It'll
what
be
we're doing.
Defense Exhibit A. Mrs. Sorgan, is there any objection?
May I voir dire the witness with regards to the exhibit, Your Honor?
Have you seen the exhibit?
Briefly.
All right, you may.
Okay. Ms. Knapp, were you present when that photograph was taken?
I'm sorry, what?
Were you present when that photograph was taken?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Foundation, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand?
I'm simply asking if she, I'll withdraw it and get it in later, Your Honor, but I'm simply asking if she
You've offered,
recognizes this screen.
you've offered the exhibit. Are you withdrawing your offer of the exhibit?
If we're questioning the witness, I'd like to ask her a couple more questions if the state's.
I'm not talking about the witness. I'm talking about, are you voir diring more for the exhibit or you got other questions?
I'm asking in voir dire if you have seen that screen, if that's the screen that you have knowledge of.
I know our screens had a white frame.
Again, I'm going to stop you, Mr. Sand. If we're talking about this exhibit, it has to be in. She's objected foundation. Do you have a response to the foundation?
I am continuing the voir dire that she began to try to establish foundation, Your Honor. Is that all right?
It is, but not with regard to whether she recognizes the screen or not.
Okay. Does this look like the shop?
Your Honor, objection.
I will withdraw it and try to get it in later then, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you very much. Ms. Knapp, you recall looking at the screen you said earlier?
Yes, I glanced over at it, yes.
Okay. What do you recall that it looked like?
The frame was bent and there was a slash in it.
Okay. Do you remember what the slash looked like?
No, I just know it was cut.
Okay. Do you know if it was cut more than once?
Objection, asked and answered. She doesn't remember.
I didn't ask.
Overruled, not asked and answered.
Sorry, Your Honor.
You can answer it, ma'am. Do you know if it was cut more than once?
I don't recall that, if it was or not.
Okay. Now I'm going to move back to Marty. And I know this is probably difficult for you to discuss, but so you had testified earlier Marty committed suicide on New Year's Eve.
Objection, beyond scope of redirect.
Mr. Sand?
I'll withdraw, Your Honor. No further questions. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Sorgan, is this witness here by subpoena?
She is, Your Honor.
Is she excused from that subpoena?
She is, Your Honor.
Any objections, Mr. Sand?
Yeah, we would like to keep her under the state subpoena, Your Honor.
The state is releasing her from her subpoena.
You want to keep her under your subpoena?
We do not have a subpoena on her right now.
Then she's free to come and go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You may come and go as you please, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have another witness, Ms. Sorgan? Okay, there you go. I'm going to have you sworn an oath.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Watch your step, and we'll have you go back over here, ma'am, to the right. Yep, please. Watch the cords. You want to move that podium, too, when you get a chance? Actually, thank you, Mr. Nelson. I was going to volunteer Mr. Young Sand, but that's okay. Well, it's heavy. Okay. Oh, okay. This is going to accident happen here.
Yeah.
Can you bring that closer? Yeah. Can you adjust that so it's aimed at her chin, please? No, just the top part. Yeah, just down. There you go. Okay? Is it on?
I don't know.
There you go.
Now it's on.
Okay. Austin, is yours on? Okay. All right. Ms. Sorgan, you may proceed.
Thank you. Would you please state your name for the record?
Sharon Canuteson.
Get a little bit closer to the microphone.
She can't. Bring it a little closer to her if you could.
Can't.
Ayla, just
Sharon
slide it up.
Canuteson. How's that?
Okay. Let's just try it one more time.
Okay. Sharon Canuteson.
Thank you, ma'am. You're the mother of Anita Knutson, is that correct?
Right.
Okay. Are you Anita's birth mother?
No.
What was your relationship with Anita?
We adopted her when she was an infant.
How old was Anita when she first came into your care?
6 months.
Can I interrupt you? What? Well, it's not on.
Oh, it's still not on.
Push it. The green light has to come on. Just
Right.
push that button there.
It was on, and I moved it, and it went off.
All right.
Okay.
Let's just start from the beginning one more time.
Sounds
please.
good, Judge.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. We've established that you're Anita's mom, right?
Right.
Okay. But you're not her birth mother.
No.
And What is your relationship with Anita?
I was her adoptive mother.
How old was she when she came into your care?
6 months.
Did you have other kids?
Biological kids, and they were all grown.
Okay. Did you have any other adoptive kids?
Yes,
Okay. And how many other adoptive kids did you have?
3.
Did Anita graduate from high school?
Yes,
Where did she graduate from high school at?
Velva, North Dakota.
Okay. And Anita was living with you at that time, is that right?
Yes.
What did Anita do after high school?
She went to college in Minot.
Okay. Which school did she attend?
She went to Minot University.
Minot State?
State.
Did she go right away to school or did she take a gap year?
She went right away
What was Anita studying?
to be a teacher.
Permission to approach, Your Honor.
You may.
Sharon, showing you what's been marked as for identification as State's Exhibit 1. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a picture of Anita.
When was that taken?
When was it taken? Oh, gosh, I don't remember. I
How-
think it was in high school.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate photograph of Anita?
Yes.
How old was she in that picture, approximately?
It's like 17. She was 17 when she graduated high school.
State moves to introduce Exhibit 1.
Mr. Sand.
No objection.
State's Exhibit 1 is received without objection.
Permission to publish.
You may.
This was your daughter? Is that correct,
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Sharon? Sharon, where did Anita live while she was going to college?
She lived the first year of college. She lived in the dorms.
And did there come a time that changed?
The second year of college, she got an apartment with a share person.
So she shared an apartment with somebody, is that correct?
Right.
Where was that apartment located?
North Hill,
In what city and county?
Minot.
And what county is that? What county is Minot in?
Oh, Minot. I have no clue at this point in time.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's all right. Let's get a few bases on there. Sharon, how old are you?
I'm 80.
Do you sometimes have issues with your memory?
Yes, I do.
All right. Do you recall who Anita lived with while she lived in that apartment?
Nichole
Do you know Nicole's last name?
Rice.
Had you ever met her before?
No, I never met her until after they got the room together.
Okay.
I knew she was Anita's roommate and also in college that first year.
So you had not met Nichole before Anita and Nichole moved into the apartment together?
No.
Had you ever been to the apartment?
Yes.
Okay. How many times did you have occasion to go to the apartment?
Really couldn't say how many, but I would go over with once in a while. Most of the time we would meet at the mall and go shopping. Go
Now,
out
when
to
you say
eat.
we would meet at the mall and go shopping, who do you mean we?
Anita and myself.
And how often would the two of you meet at the mall and go shopping?
When she wasn't working or I wasn't doing my stuff that I did in Butte. I had a business.
Okay. And you were living in Butte at that time, is that right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
You said Anita was working sometimes. Where did she work?
She worked 2 jobs.
Where were those at?
One was the Fairfield Hotel, and the other one was at a dress shop in the mall, Vanity.
Do you know what kind of hours Anita was working?
Not really. It's just
Now, you said that you had had occasion to go to the apartment. Can you describe the apartment?
it was a nice little apartment. Nita kept it up.
How many bedrooms, how many bathrooms?
1 bathroom, 2 bedrooms.
Do you know what the relationship was like between Nichole and Anita?
From what I got from Anita, it wasn't good.
And why do you say that?
She was kind of scared of Nichole. At least that's how she came over to me. You know, if Nichole was going to be home, she didn't want me over there.
She didn't want you to come over to the apartment?
Right.
How often did you speak with Anita?
Oh, all the time, it seemed like. Daily almost. We have our cell phones and then...
And did Anita have a cell phone as well?
Yes, she did.
And whose name was that cell phone under?
Her dad's name. Gordon's.
And Gordon. And is Gordon your husband?
Yes.
Now, you said that things were not good between Anita and Nichole.
No, they didn't run in the same circles from what I gathered from Anita. You know, they had separate friends.
Now, you said that you lived in Butte at that time.
Mm-hmm.
How far from Minot is Butte?
It's good 60 miles.
And you said Anita went to high school in Velva. Is that right?
No, yes.
How far from Minot is Velva?
30 miles.
How long does it take to drive from Minot to Butte?
An hour.
And how about from Minot to Velva?
30 minutes.
Now, you said that you spoke with Anita pretty much almost daily. Is that right?
Yeah.
Do you remember when the last time you spoke with her was?
Yes.
When was that?
The Friday before she was found dead.
Do you know what was going on when she called, when you had the phone call with her?
No, that night she was over at a friend's house and she was getting ready to leave to go home, she told me.
Do you know which friend?
Michelle.
That was Friday evening.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have any contact with her on Saturday?
I called, but she didn't answer, so I assumed she was working.
Did you hear from her on Sunday?
No, I did not. I called again, and she didn't answer.
So then what did you do when she didn't answer?
We're all busy. We're kind of, I was mowing and stuff. And so I thought, well, Gordon was going to mine it Monday. He can stop and check on her.
Okay.
And he did. I called him and I said, did you check on Anita? And he said, well, he went by her house.
Without telling us what Gordon said, okay? You called him and asked him to check on her on Monday,
Right.
Is that right?
Right.
Okay. And do you remember the date of Monday?
At this minute, no.
That's your memory issues, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
What was the next thing you heard about where your daughter was?
He called one of my neighbors in Butte and had her come and stay with me while he told me on the phone what he found.
And what was that?
He found Anita dead.
What were you thinking in that moment?
It was just kind of just spinning in my head. And my neighbor made sure when I got my car, I went straight home.
How old was Anita when she died?
18.
Now, you said that you had 2 other adoptive kids.
Mm-hmm.
How old were they at that time?
That time they were in high school. One was a junior, one was senior.
And which one of your children was the senior?
Daniel.
How old was Daniel?
At that time, he was 17.
And your other child, who was the junior?
16.
And that's your other daughter, Anna, is that right?
Right.
When you talked about things not being good between Anita and her roommate, was there anything specific?
She would say things like, I have to do this or that before Nichole gets home. Just not comfortable things. One time I went over with her to the apartment and she said she had to feed the fish so they wouldn't die, because if they were dead when Nichole came home, she was afraid what Nichole would do.
The girls had their own separate bedrooms, is that correct?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Did they spend time in each other's rooms? Are you aware
No,
of?
not that I know of anyway.
Do you know if they had access to one another's rooms?
For a short period of time.
And what put an end to that?
Anita had her dad come over and put a lock on her door.
A lock on her own bedroom door.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, we have to have you answer aloud.
Right.
Now, you indicated that your husband is Gordon, is that right?
Right.
How old is Gordon?
Now he's 90.
Does Gordon have any physical impairments?
He has a bad heart. He's 90 years old. He has the typical ailments of a 90-year-old.
Okay. How's his hearing?
Lousy. He can't.
And how about his memory?
Off and on. It's pretty good, though.
Okay. How about his long-term memory?
Long term, he remembers things I forgot.
Now, you indicated previously that Anita had a cell phone, and that was under Gordon's name, correct?
Right.
Okay. Is that how you would contact Anita?
Yes.
How would you talk to her? Did you text message, calls?
No, I called verbally.
Okay. And did you ever text with her?
Not that I can remember ever texting with her.
Okay. Not much of a texter?
No.
Okay. Do you recall where your other 2 children were at the time that you were informed that Anita was dead?
They were at school.
Okay. Now, you said that when you couldn't reach Anita on Saturday or Sunday, you assumed that she was working, right?
I assumed, yes.
Okay. Did you take any steps to verify whether or not she was working?
No, I didn't. Because we just didn't.
Okay. Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Tyler Schmaltz?
Yes.
Okay. Who was Tyler?
He was her friend.
Was there anything special about him?
He had some issues about, he wanted her to be his friend, and she didn't want him as that type of friend, but she still stayed friends with him, you know.
Now, when you say she, you mean Anita?
Anita.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And he wanted to be a little more than just friends?
Right.
All right. How did Anita react to that?
I think she just kind of ignored that.
Okay.
I never discussed it with her about him.
Now, did they go to the prom together?
No.
No. Okay.
No.
What was the prom arrangement?
She had friends that other male boyfriends that were in high school with her that took her.
Now, were these boyfriends that she was dating, or were these male friends?
They were just male friends.
Did Anita have a boyfriend?
She had one in California that she still kept in contact with.
Okay. Now let's clarify that for in California. Was there a point in time that you all lived in California?
Yes.
And when was that?
From the time she was born until we moved to North Dakota.
What year did you move to North Dakota?
2003.
So 4 years before Anita died.
Right.
Okay, so she would have been about 14, if my math's right. Is that right?
She was 15 when we moved to North Dakota.
Okay. And she had a boyfriend from back in California?
Yeah, they phoned each other. They didn't see each other. They just phoned, kept in contact.
Did you know how she felt about him?
Kind of like a boyfriend, girlfriend in California. But once we moved to North Dakota, she would talk to him once in a while. But that was about it, as far as I knew.
Now, you said that Anita was friendly with Tyler. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. What kind of things would they do together?
She was like a tutor for him.
She would help him with schoolwork, things like that?
Schoolwork, yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
How did Anita's death affect your family?
Really much, a lot. It's like I can't describe how we felt. It was so bad.
Is there anything in particular that impacted the family?
The loss.
How did your other children take the loss?
Very seriously, a big loss. They're still feeling, well, and Anna is still feeling it because we lost Daniel.
You lost
suicide.
Daniel committed suicide?
Mm-hmm.
When did Daniel commit suicide?
Oh, gosh. What year was that? Doesn't seem like it was that long ago, but 3 years after Anita died.
3 years later.
Mm-hmm.
When Anita was in school, did she come home very often to Butte?
Not too often. She would come periodically, but with her going to school full time, working 2 jobs, and then I understand she would go to her aunt's house, my husband's sister's house.
Okay. Because where did she live?
She lives in Minot. That's a long drive. In the wintertime, it's not a good drive.
An hour on a normal day, correct?
Right.
All right. And in the wintertime, how long would it usually take?
Last week, it took me an hour and a half.
That is a long drive, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mrs. Knutson, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Sand, do you wish to cross-examine Ms. Canuteson?
I do, Your Honor, just briefly. I am unable to see her, so is it all right if I stand?
Absolutely it is.
Thank you.
You want
She's
me
too
to
tall
stand?
for you?
Oh, you can stand. Yeah.
No matter, you're just
The
fine.
chair's too short.
Right. First of all, Mrs. Canuteson, I'm very sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
Sorry that you have to sit here today. Do you know how Anita and Nikki knew each other?
College, high school,
High school.
high school and college.
So they met in high school, you think?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And moved in together in college.
Well, yeah.
You're not getting me? Can you hear me now?
Is your
Can you hear-
battery
okay,
pack
I can
on?
hold it too.
Well, just make sure it's on, I guess is the key.
Sorry about that. Did you know Nichole very well in high school or in college? Or
No.
they were? Okay. Did they go to the same high school?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And you said you knew Tyler Schmalz as well?
Yes.
Now, this is a long time ago. This is in June of 2007. Do you recall meeting with the detective Barnard and doing an interview? Right
Yes, I remember it very
long
well.
time ago. I'm not going to hold you too tight to it here, but I got a couple of questions.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall Detective Barnard asking you about Nikki at all, about Nichole?
No.
No. Do you remember talking about Nichole to him?
No.
Do you remember any of the conversation?
No. I don't. I know he was rude. He was talking Anita down like she was a street person.
Detective Barnard was.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of things did he say, do you know?
Well, at that point in time, there was a club on Main Street for all the teenagers.
Remember the name of it?
No, I
Club
don't.
101 maybe?
I have no idea.
Okay. What did he say about the club?
That she went there and danced. And I didn't get his point other than he was not making her look like a nice girl.
Was he saying it was like a sleazy kind of club?
No.
What was he saying about the club?
It was like he thought she was better than going there.
Gotcha.
You know. Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
But she would go and she always went with her girlfriends.
Girlfriends.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know that she went to this club 101?
Yeah, she told me.
And it was like a dance club, is it?
Mm-hmm.
Now, in this conversation with Detective Barnard, do you remember if he talked to you about whether Nikki smoked or drank?
No.
Nikki, I'm sorry.
I don't. Oh, no, she didn't.
She didn't.
Not that I know of. And
Do you remember telling Detective Barnard that she didn't, but Nichole did?
mm-hmm. That I remember.
Do you remember talking about how Nichole was in beauty college and the house stunk and there was hair dye all over the walls from her?
No, I didn't. I don't remember any of that.
So you're saying Anita didn't drink or smoke or anything like that?
No. That I know.
Do you have any idea about the people that she might have met at this Club 101?
No. She didn't go that often because she was too busy with school and her 2 jobs.
And you said that Nikki did not go to prom with Tyler Schmalz?
I don't think she did. I don't know who she went with.
Okay. But he wanted to be her boyfriend, it sounds like, and she wasn't
Right.
feeling that. Okay. Do you know at the time Nikki died if Tyler lived in the same apartment complex that she
And Nikki didn't die. Anita
I'm
did.
sorry, Anita. That'll be the last time I do that. I apologize.
Thank you.
When
That
Anita died, do you know if Tyler was living in that apartment complex?
no, he did not.
He didn't live in that apartment complex.
Not to my knowledge, he didn't. He lived in somewhere else.
And I know this is a long time ago, and it's
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember telling Officer Barnard that Anita was at Tyler's a lot?
No. No, I never said that.
If I showed you a copy of the transcript of your conversation
Mm-hmm.
with Detective Barnard from June of the 5th of 2007, pointed you to a certain spot, would that maybe bring your memory
I
back?
doubt it.
Can I show it to you?
Sure.
I'll point right where it's at, ma'am. Okay. So do you see where he says, anything else, Ms. Knutson, you want to add? And you say,
Objection, Your Honor. They're reading from this transcript, which is not evidence.
No, this is not.
Ms. Canuteson, just hang on 1 second. Mr. Sand, did you wish to refresh her memory with that?
that's all I'm trying to do. I'm trying to point her to the place in the page.
Okay.
I won't read it for her if she can read it. I'm sorry.
All right.
No.
Ms. Canuteson, if you can just read it, then he can ask you questions about it. But you need to read it to yourself, ma'am.
Okay, I did.
Okay, then. He can ask you questions if he likes. But
I just want to make sure you read the right part. It's
Right.
right here, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. No, that's not even.
okay, now you need to ask the questions. Take that away.
Mm-hmm.
So in response to the question, anything else, Mrs. Knutson, you want to add?
Objection. He's reading from this transcript, Your Honor.
I'm asking what she responded to.
You're not reading it, just a question?
Yeah.
All right, you can ask your question.
I apologize. After looking at that, do you recall talking to Detective Barnard and telling him she spent a lot of time?
No, never.
Okay.
That I know.
Okay. I know the state had asked you this, Ms. Knutson, but was Anita's death one of the most difficult things your family's ever gone through?
Yes.
I would assume that. And have you guys been hoping for answers since it happened?
Yes.
And hoping for closure and justice?
Right.
And you deserve that.
I would think so.
That's all I have. Thank you, Ms. Knutson.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Sorga, do you have any redirect, ma'am?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Sharon, what was your mental state and emotional state like in the days and weeks following Anita's death?
It was a lot of blank. Just going through the motions of living. And I had to call her biological family in California and let them know. And it was a lot. It's still hard.
Do you have a lot of active memory of around that time?
Some, yeah.
Okay. But mostly, what is it for you?
What is it? It's to lose a child, regardless whether she's your biological child that had her all those years. And she had plans, and we had plans for her. It's not there. It's not going to happen.
Do you have a lot of specific memories of what you and your family did in the days and weeks following Anita's death?
Not all of it.
Who handled most of the arrangements?
Gordon did.
Gordon handled that.
My husband. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Were you involved in it?
No, I wasn't there mentally. Mm-mm.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Mr. Sand, anything else?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Is Ms. Knutson here by subpoena?
She is, Your Honor.
Is she excused?
She may be.
Mr. Sand, do you have any objections?
No, sir.
All right. Ms. Knutson, you may come and go as you please, ma'am.
Thank you.
Once you're situated, make sure the mic is aimed at your chin, and make sure the light is on the base. Okay? Ms. Sorgan, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please state your name for the record?
Brenda Lou Glinz.
And would you please spell your last name?
Glinz.
Brenda, do you know the defendant, Nichole Rice?
Yes, I do.
How do you know her?
She is my niece.
And how are you related to her specifically?
My brother Kevin is her father.
Okay. Now, Brenda, let's just get this out of the way. You're here pursuant to subpoena, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. You don't really want to be here, do you?
Not at all.
Okay. This is very difficult for you, isn't it?
Yes.
What was your relationship like with your niece?
We were very close for many, many years. She was like a daughter to me.
Did she used to refer to you in a particular way?
Sometimes she would call me her other mama.
Brenda, you went to family events and things like that where Nichole was present, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So you were generally aware of what was going on in her life, is that right?
I was.
Did you go to her high school graduation?
I did.
And were you aware of what she did after high school?
Yes.
Okay, and what did she do?
She went to college. She worked at Vanity. I believe it was either Vanity or Maurice's. One of those. And then she went worked at Care, I believe.
Okay. Are you familiar with the period of time around which Anita Knutson was murdered?
I am.
Okay. What happened with Nichole shortly after that murder? Where was she living?
She shortly after made a move to New Mexico.
How shortly after?
I would say 4 to 6 weeks.
And did there come a time that you went to New Mexico yourself in that time period?
I did.
Okay. Why'd you go to New Mexico?
My son was in the National High School Rodeo Finals in Farmington, New Mexico. And I traveled there.
How did you travel to New Mexico?
I traveled with my ex-husband and my kids, my 4 children.
And was Nichole living in New Mexico at that time?
Yes, she was.
Did you see her while you were there?
Yes, I did.
And how did that come about?
Her and the man that she went there for, things did not go as planned for her. And she reached out to me when I was in New Mexico. And she came and stayed with me in my hotel.
Okay. Then what happened?
After the national finals was closed and over, I traveled back to North Dakota with Nichole in her car, moved her back home.
And who else was there anybody else in the car besides the two of you?
No.
Approximately how long was the trip from New Mexico back to North Dakota?
Probably 2 days.
And during that time, the two of you talk?
Absolutely.
Did Nichole talk to you about Anita's murder during that time?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what she told you?
She told me that there was a cut screen and the person, whoever did this, cut the screen and was hiding in her bedroom, waiting for Anita to come out of the shower to make the attack.
Okay. Did she tell you anything else?
She said that it was so horrible, she said, to just see Anita lying there. But she looked so peaceful, covered up.
Did she say
with
anything
a robe, and said that there was a bowl of water in the bathroom sink, that whoever did this washed themselves up and washed the knife up.
Okay. I think I stepped over some of your words there. You said that she said that Anita looked peaceful lying there in her robe.
Yes.
Did she say anything else to you? During that trip?
She was very upset that her iPod was gone, that the person, whoever did this, stole her iPod. She said that Anita was raped and stabbed, and there was what appears to be no struggle.
Now, Brenda, you said that Nichole moved to New Mexico about 4 to 6 weeks after Anita was killed.
Correct.
And she had been in New Mexico approximately how long by the time that you had come to New Mexico for the rodeo finals?
Probably a couple weeks.
She wasn't in New Mexico very long, was she?
No, she was not.
So this was just a few months after Anita's murder, is that correct?
It would have actually been in July that I was in New Mexico for the national finals.
Okay. So you were in New Mexico in July. All right. Was there ever any further conversation after you brought Nichole back, or you came back with Nichole from New Mexico, with regards to Anita's murder in general or Nichole's whereabouts that day in particular?
She said that she had no idea of anything, because she said that she was in Sykeston at her aunt's family gathering, and then she went to the 41 Club that night to work at her cousin's grand opening.
Did she tell you anything about where she went after the 41 Club?
She said she went home to get clothes.
And where did she say she went home to?
Went to her apartment after the 41 Club.
The apartment
closed.
in Minot?
The apartment in Minot.
And she told you this?
Yes, she did.
Was there ever any discussions with the family as a whole, with Nichole present, that you heard her saying things about the case?
The story's always changed. I think throughout the whole 18 years of who it may be or where she was, or that they got the person, or that she was cleared and that she didn't have to worry about it because there's no DNA of her anywhere, and that she was cleared of the scene.
Do you remember how Nichole reacted with regards to Anita's death?
She was not the way that most people would react to somebody that was your friend if they died.
How so?
she referred to her more than once as a fucking cunt and a fucking bitch. And the only thing that she cared about was that they stole her iPod.
Did Nichole ever say anything to you specifically about Anita deserving to die?
Yes.
What did she say?
She deserved to die. She was a fucking cunt.
I have no more questions for Brenda.
Mr. Sand, do you have any cross-examination?
Certainly do, sir. Brenda, you're Nichole's aunt?
I am.
And this is Nichole?
That is.
You recall doing some interviews with law enforcement as well as the Cold Justice Show?
I do.
Do you recall referring to Nichole's daughter Peyton as well?
I do.
Is that her in the courtroom over there?
Yes, it is.
So you remember talking to Detective Asham?
I do.
I'll just finish my question in a second here. You recall talking to Detective Asham in 2022?
I do.
Do you remember telling her you have memory loss?
Yes, it had been a long time. 2022 from 2007.
Like a physical issue that led to memory loss?
I've been diagnosed with autoimmune. And yes, memory loss can be part of it. But at that time,
That's all I need right there. I appreciate it. If I showed you a report, might that help you a little bit remember what you said?
sure.
Okay. This is page 13 of your report. You can just kind of read down about halfway down the page.
I guess I'd like clarification, Mr. Sand. Is this a report or an interview?
It's a transcript of an interview between
Thank you.
Detective Asham and Ms. Glintz. Did you make it through that section?
I did. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Now, do you recall saying you had some health issues and you have some memory loss?
Yes.
Have you ever had struggles with prescription drug abuse?
No, I have not.
Have you ever been to rehab for it?
I've been to rehab to help me through a seizure activity after breaking my back in 3 places.
Did you use any painkillers after that?
That is when they sent me to a rehab facility because I was having seizure activity.
Thank you. Did you meet with the state's attorney at all prior to giving this testimony?
I did.
When did you do that?
Last night.
Last night?
Yes.
Where do you live right now?
I have a home in Arizona and a home in Botno, North Dakota.
Did you come from Botno or Arizona?
Arizona.
And you met last night with the state's attorney's office, go over your testimony?
I did.
Have you been texting with anyone in the Thomas family over the last couple of weeks?
I have.
Who's that?
My family.
Nichole?
I text her, yes.
Have you texted her in the last few weeks?
I did.
Have you texted Gay, Nicole's mom?
I have.
Do you recall those texts?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you recall saying that things were taken out of text, which I assume is context, and used and stated in ways that were not actually said?
Throughout the years.
Okay. You recall saying it breaks my heart?
This.
Just asking you if you recall saying it breaks my heart.
Yes.
Now, are you aware in these interviews you've had with Detective Asham, you didn't say anything about Nichole saying Anita deserved to die? This is the first time we're hearing that. Are you aware of that?
Nichole did say Anita
You
deserved
have
to
memory
die.
loss, correct? That's what you told the detective?
I did.
Okay, thank you. Do you know there's nothing in your interview with Detective Asham and Cold Justice about Nichole saying, or you saying that Nichole said Anita was lying peacefully in her bathrobe, that you never said that in your interview? Do you know that?
I do not recall.
Okay, thank you. Do you recall saying in a text message that there were so many words and statements took out of context, and that's not even what I said, and it was misconstrued?
Was that a question?
Yeah, what if she remembers?
Is that an answer?
Could you repeat that, please?
Do you recall on a text message over the last few weeks saying the statements were took out of context and not even what I said as what I said in a sentence to finish out what I said, misconstrued, exclamation point.
To a certain statement.
Okay. So as this trial's been approaching, you've been texting Nichole and other people in her family these things.
It's been a while
How long?
before the hearing ever started. Probably 2 weeks before.
Last time you texted him was 2 weeks before this?
I recall. I could be off on my date,
You
but
could be off on your date.
possible.
And
She is
you
my
were-
niece, and it is my brother,
What does that have to do with the dates?
because they are my family. And this whole thing
Yeah.
has not only destroyed Canuteson's, Nichole's life, my entire family, and the community. And this needs justice.
Okay.
It's time for the truth to be told.
Okay. Good. When's the last time you sent text messages to Nichole's family?
When my brother called me to tell me that you're going to be calling me to record me.
Did I call you to record you?
No, you did not.
Okay. And then so after that, you texted Nichole and you texted Nichole's mom.
Actually, not before that. I actually texted them before my brother called me and told me that.
Okay. But you didn't get a call from me.
Just to tell
You
them
and
I
have never
love
spoken
them.
Before, have we? This is the first time, right?
I've never spoke to you.
You said you live in Bottineau?
I do.
How far is Bottineau from Belva?
90 miles.
And then you live in Arizona as well. We're in Arizona.
Yes, Mesa.
Okay. How long have you lived in Bottineau?
Coming on 22 years.
So you've lived in Bottineau since about 2003?
Yes.
Do we have another question, Mr. Sand?
I know I'm taking a minute here, Your Honor. I'll know within about 10 seconds. That's all I have, Brenda. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Sorgan, do you have any redirect, ma'am?
I do, Your Honor. Thank you. Brenda, I'm going to take Mr. Sand's questions in order to address those, okay?
Okay.
All right. Now, you were asked about memory issues, and you testified that you'd been diagnosed with an autoimmune disease that can involve some memory loss. And then you started to say, but at the time, but then you were cut off. What do you mean?
It has been 5 years since I've been diagnosed with autoimmune. So when I was questioned back in 2007, 2008, I had a very clear memory, as well as I would say in 2022.
Okay. And then Mr. Sand intimated that you were in rehab for prescription drug abuse. Is that accurate?
No.
What were you in a rehab facility for?
I broke my back in 3 places. They put me on prescription pain medication. And when it was time to come off the prescription pain medication, my doctor, surgeon, was in Bismarck, North Dakota. I was in Botno, which is 3 hours. And when they started slowly taking me off of the pain medication, I would go into seizure activity. And this continued. And thankfully, my husband is a pilot. He was able to get me to the Bismarck facility in time for them to be able to take care of me.
Okay. So you weren't abusing medications?
No.
All right. Mr. Sand asked you about text messages with the family, specifically that you had talked about. This breaks your heart.
Absolutely.
Why is this breaking your heart?
She's my niece. I love her.
Now, you had also been asked about text messages and things being taken out of context. You said that a certain statement had been taken out of context. What statement?
The statement about Gay teaching her to lie. As a young child.
All right. Now, you were also asked very specifically about certain statements not being in your interview in 2022 with Sergeant Asham. Was Sergeant Asham the only person who interviewed you?
No.
Okay. Do you recall some of the other officers who interviewed you?
Officer Goodman, Officer Max Meiser.
Meixner?
Yes, Meixner. Excuse me.
Do you specifically remember your interview with Agent Meixner?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Where did that occur?
At my house.
Brenda, have you ever given false information to the police?
No, I have not.
Now, while Mr. Sanders questioning you, it was very clear you're becoming very upset. Fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay. And why is that?
Because my family has been torn completely apart over this. And truthfully, to believe that our family will never be a whole again because of this. And that breaks my heart because my family has been everything to me.
And you also said during your cross-examination that you believe this needs justice.
Absolutely.
Okay. Why?
Anita deserves to rest in peace. Her family, they deserve answers, each and every one of them. And they deserve to know the truth so that they can let their loved one go in peace.
Brenda, do you take the oath to tell the truth very seriously?
I do.
Thank you. I have no more questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Sand, any recross?
Nothing from us, Your Honor.
All right. Is she here by subpoena, Ms.
She
Sorgan?
is, Your Honor.
She excused?
Yes, she is.
Mr. Sand, any objections?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may come and go as you please.
Thank you.
Do you have another witness, Ms. Sorgan?
Yes, Your Honor. State calls Mark Glynns.
Come right up here. This lady's going to swear you an oath, please.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
And I'll have you take a seat over here at this chair. Once you're situated there, make sure the microphone is aimed at your chin and that the light is on the base.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Sorgan, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please state your name for the record?
Mark Glynns.
And we've got the spelling as Glinz.
That's correct.
Same as your wife, right?
Correct.
And Brenda is your wife, is that right?
Yes.
You're acquainted with the defendant, Nichole Rice, is that right?
Yes.
And how do you know her?
She's my wife's niece.
How long have you known Nichole?
It's quite a while.
How long have you and Brenda been married?
We got married July 5th, 2003.
Mark, do you recall a time that Brenda went to the National High School Rodeo finals, championship, nationals, something like that?
Yes, she went to New Mexico.
Okay. I'm sorry, I can't remember the exact title of what it was. Do you remember when that was?
July, August, somewhere in there.
Okay. Of what year?
That I don't remember.
And do you recall how she came back from that trip?
She rode back with Nichole.
So this would have been after Nichole moved to New Mexico, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, you weren't along on that trip as well, is that right?
I stayed back home. I was working yet. And Brenda went down with her kids to the rodeo.
Following the return trip back from New Mexico, was there a time when the family was together and you were in the presence of Nichole?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what occurred at that occasion?
Pardon me?
Do you recall what occurred then?
I think we were at a birthday party.
Okay. Birthday party for who?
For Leo,
And who is Leo?
Brenda's dad.
So this would be Nichole's grandfather, is that right?
Correct.
All right. And do you know when his birthday is?
I did know it, but I forgot it.
Does September sound right?
That sounds right.
And what happened at that birthday party?
We were just in the garage socializing, and just seemed like Nichole was a little disengaged.
Did anybody try to engage her in conversation?
One of the kids did, and I know that she said everything was great and fine and there's no problems.
Did Nichole say anything about Anita at that point?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. If I showed you some notes from a statement. Would that refresh your recollection?
Probably would.
Okay. Permission to approach, Your Honor.
You may.
Your Honor, may I ask what kind of statement this is? It's not a transcript. An interview of who?
Get your answer.
I'm still not familiar with what it is. It doesn't seem to be a report or a transcript. It's handwritten notes. I'd like to approach, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Sorgan. Mr. Sand, do you have an objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
Just read that to yourself, Mark, and then when you're done reading it, just hand it back to me. Mark, did that refresh your recollection?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Do you recall if Nichole stated anything with regards to Anita at that gathering?
Yeah, she stated to the kids that she didn't like Anita anyway.
Mark, do you have any recollection with regards to issues involving an iPod and Nichole?
I know that it was mentioned that her iPod got stolen.
And was that news to you?
At the time it was.
Okay. And why did that strike you at the time?
It seemed like that was the only thing she was concerned about.
Do you recall any other statements that Nichole made with regards to Anita's murder?
She said that the screen was cut on the house window or the apartment.
Anything else you can recall?
That there was a bowl in the sink.
And is there anything else that sticks out in your memory with regards to Nichole discussing Anita's death?
I don't remember.
Did you see Nichole shortly after Anita's death on June 5th? Or sorry, June 4th? Or after
Objection,
Nichole?
leading
I'm
you
so
up.
sorry. I'm trying to orient as to time.
Objection is sustained.
Thank you. Mark, I'm going to draw your attention to shortly after the time that Anita's body was discovered, June 4th. Do you have any recollection of seeing Nichole on or around that time?
I don't know if I got the timeline right, but I believe it was before that.
Okay. And what do you recall?
I believe it was that Sunday. My wife was at Velva at the farm with her kids. And then I went down to the Scenic Station in Velva to pick her up. And so I waited there, and the parking lot, I pulled into the parking lot and parked looking south at the cement wall, and I said, I'm not going to do that while I'm waiting here. So I backed up, turned around, and I backed in the parking lot so I could look north and see the traffic and just everything that was going on. And I remember that as I was waiting there, and I don't remember the time exactly, but I seen Nichole and Gay come in. They went into Senex and grabbed some supplies or some drinks. And then they were in a hurry. They had something going on. So they got back in the car, and there was a semi. Now I remember there was a semi pulling out of the west approach. And they wanted to get by them. So she pulled up on the grass to get by them, and she couldn't make the ditch bank. So she backed up and drove out the east approach towards away from Minot. So that was the first time I seen him, and it wasn't 30 seconds, maybe a minute later, I seen him going back into Minot. Didn't think nothing of it. And then it was probably another minute or 2 minutes, and they were going back the other way. And that's when I seen Nichole in the car, kick back in the seat, and that's the last I seen of him. And I thought I seen him 3 times within 5 minutes, 6 minutes.
Now, Mark, you're here under subpoena, is that right?
That's correct.
What has this whole situation done to your family?
It separated us.
How so?
Just with everything going on between the family and Brenda and her brother, and just this whole situation.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Sand, any cross-examination?
Yes, sir. Now, Mark, you came up from Arizona to be here today?
I did.
From Mesa?
Mesa.
When'd you guys fly in?
We flew in Sunday night.
Okay. Did you meet with the state's attorney prior to testifying today?
Yes.
When was that?
I just need to refresh my memory.
No, when was that? I'm sorry.
Oh, that was last night.
Okay. Where'd you guys meet?
Just at our hotel.
At the hotel?
Yes.
Here in Grand Forks?
Yes.
Now, I suppose you recall doing an interview with Detective Asham and the Cold Justice people. Do you recall that?
It was a phone conversation, yes.
Yeah, back in 2022?
Yes.
Do you recall discussing the Senex conversation you just had with Ms. Sorgan, the state's attorney? I have the transcript here. So
yeah, I'd have to see it.
Sure. Specifically, do you
recall saying you didn't know if it was Gay's car or Nicole's car?
I didn't remember at the time.
At the time of the interview, you didn't remember whose car it was?
No.
But you remember the exact amount of times you saw the car, right?
Yes, I do.
And this was all in Velva, right?
Yes, all at the
Because
farm.
you said going back to Minot, you're talking about directions on the highway. Is that
Yes, correct.
right? You don't actually think they went to Minot and back in the couple minutes you saw them?
No, definitely
How far
not.
is Velva from Minot?
It's half an hour. 20 minutes, half hour. Depends on how fast you
So
drive.
you saw Gay and you saw Nicole at Senex.
Yes.
Is Senex the C-store in Velva?
Yes.
That's where you get your stuff.
Yes.
And you saw them 3 times in 5 or 6 minutes around the Senex.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall saying that this was around Thanksgiving? You talked to him.
Yeah, I had my dates mixed up.
You're saying now it was a Sunday in June.
Yes.
Is it fair to say that November in North Dakota is a lot different than June?
Yes.
And obviously, we just had your wife on the stand here. It sounds like you guys live in Botno. That's a full-time spot.
Yes.
Okay. And then Mesa's your winter spot.
Yes.
Okay. When do you guys go to Mesa?
All depends when we get done harvesting.
Okay.
I'm a farmer.
Yep. When do you get back from Mesa?
I usually come back April 1st, and she stays till the middle of May.
Okay.
Or first week in May.
Now, when the state was asking you about this birthday party for Leo, you couldn't remember anything significant, correct? Until they came up and showed you some notes?
Until I was refresh my memory.
Okay. Were those your notes?
They were sergeant's notes or somebody's notes that we talked to.
Okay. Now, you also talked about some things with Nichole regarding like the screen at the apartment and everything.
Yes.
Anita's death was a pretty significant moment in your family's life, wouldn't you say that?
Yes.
Were there conversations about it between you and Brenda, between you and other people, between Nichole and you guys?
Brenda and I talked about it, yes.
Obviously, Nichole and you guys talked about it.
Yes.
Is that the only thing you guys ever talked about, was the screen? Or were there conversations? It sounds like it was coming up all the time, isn't that true? You're at a birthday party, it's coming up, isn't that true?
Yes, it was occasionally.
Okay. I mean, you said, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's correct that you said it came up with the kids at the birthday party for Leo, correct?
Yes, the kids asked him how she was doing.
So this is a topic of conversation.
Yes.
And it's true that on the questions the state's asking you, they're just pulling out little chunks they want to know. Some about an iPod, some about a screen. Right?
Objection.
What's the objection?
Characterization.
Overruled.
Some about an iPod, some about a screen. Just little things they're asking about.
Yes.
But these were conversations that your family had over the years. I mean, you're testifying they're being talked about at birthday parties, correct?
Yes.
And that birthday party, I know you couldn't remember, but I think the state so kindly helped you recall it was in September, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But they're just asking you bits and pieces of little parts of questions, correct?
Yes.
Now, you had testified earlier about Nichole being in New Mexico, right?
Yes.
Your wife testified in here before. You're aware she was down there with a boyfriend, correct?
Nichole, yeah, she followed a
That's
guy.
all I'm really asking, sir.
Yes.
I'm doing this to everybody. I'm not trying to cut you off.
Yeah.
I just need it.
Yeah.
want to make sure I get the questions answered that I ask.
Please let him answer it, though.
I will, sir. I'll let you expand. I'm sorry to cut you off. The judge wants me to let you expand.
Just, she went down there with a boyfriend, and
With the
And-
boyfriend?
she went down. There was a guy down there that she went down to see.
Okay.
And it didn't turn out, so she came back home.
So she went down there for a guy in New Mexico?
Yes.
Okay. Wasn't a guy from North Dakota she went down there with?
No.
Okay. No further questions, Mark. I appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you.
Sorgan,
Yes, just briefly.
redirect.
Mark, you were just asked about Nichole going to New Mexico to be with a boyfriend. Do you recall approximately how long she was gone to New Mexico?
I don't recall, but it wasn't very long.
In fact, you testified that Brenda went to the rodeo in July, right?
Yeah, it was, she went down, yes, in July.
Okay. And to your knowledge, what city and state was Nichole living in early June of 2007?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you know if she was living in the apartment in Minot?
Objection, Your Honor. She's leading them.
Sustained.
Okay. Now, Mark, you had testified as well on cross. You were asked about that you kind of mixed up your dates a little bit about seeing Nichole and Gay at the Cenex, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And that was in a 2022 interview, is that right?
That's correct.
You'd given other interviews to law enforcement in the past, hadn't you?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how many times you had talked to law enforcement previously?
I don't remember.
And at the time that you spoke with law enforcement originally about the incident where you saw her at the Cenex, was that closer in time to the incident or further in time to 2022?
You want to restate that?
Yeah, that was a bad question. Okay. So at the time that you first spoke with law enforcement about having seen Nichole and Gay at the Cenex, how long after that incident would you say that was that you spoke with law enforcement?
I'd say it'd been a week, within a week to 2 weeks.
So it's pretty close in time.
Yes.
I have no more questions.
Mr. Sand, any last recross?
No, we've talked to Mr. Glenns as much as we need. Thank you, sir.
All right. Is he here by subpoena, Ms. Sorgan?
He is, Your Honor.
Is he excused?
Yes, he is.
Mr. Sand, any objection?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir. You may come and go as you please. Watch your steps.
State of North Dakota, in District Court, County of Ward, North Central Judicial District. State of North Dakota Plaintiff versus Nichole Aaron Rice, Defendant. Criminal number 51, 2022, CR 00421. Verdict form. We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn, find the defendant, Nichole Aaron Rice, not guilty of the information dated at Grand Forks, North Dakota, this 26th day of March, 2025.
Is this the jury's verdict? Can you calm down a little bit, please? Is this the jury's verdict? Okay, the juror nodded. Jury leader nodded. Ms. Sorgan, do you wish the jury polled?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand, do you wish the jury polled?
No, sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you very much for your service. We appreciate the time that you've allotted for this case. You are now excused. My admonition no longer applies to you, so you can talk about this case if you choose to do so. and you can also not talk about the case if you choose to do so. Please rise. Please have a seat. Ms. Rice, you've been found not guilty. You are discharged. Thank you. This hearing is closed.